Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcake's sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
100%.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My alarm didn't go off this morning. How's everyone? Today is Friday, December 5th, 2025. And today we go back to day 5 of the Brian Walsh trial. And I was just listening to something that I clipped from, did you guys watch it? Anybody watch the Call Her Daddy interview with Bethany Frankel? So good. So good. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. And there was a piece of it that I clipped because I thought it was so relevant to some things that are going on in my life right now. And it's Bethany. It's the two of them talking about hate watchers. It's the two of them talking about hate watchers and how they deal with all of the horrific things that people say about them on the internet. And Bethany says, I'm just going to repeat it to you because I don't want to get stricken for playing it. But she goes, talk to me, Bethany. Where is it?
Hate view, a like view. It's a view is a view. It does. You can't differentiate if it was someone hating or loving. It doesn't fucking matter. It's a view. It's a view. A talk is a talk. Like people commenting on you. It's like it's all good for business because we're both business women and that's all we care about.
100%.
As long as you know yourself.
100%. The more hate posts that are going on about you, the more views you're getting. I mean, even in like on
100%.
podcast, yeah. So
the more hate views you're getting, the more views you're getting. How great is that? I love it. I love it. Bethany Frankel, she had a rough childhood. Boy, did she have a rough childhood. And I love like reading about and listening to stories of these women who have overcome so much adversity to become so successful despite the horrific upbringings and the torment and the abuse that they went through as children. And it's a really good interview. And she reminds me a lot of Paris Hilton in a lot of ways and all the things that Paris Hilton went through to get where she is and make the money that she has. And a lot of people think she grew up, as a Hilton with all of that money. And it's not true. And what I found really interesting too, is that Bethany Frankel once was the assistant to Kathy Hilton, which I found really interesting. And she was an assistant to the Bruckheimers too. So very interesting. Watch if you can have the time to watch it. It's like chock full of information and it's only like an hour and a half long. It was so good. But I also think that Alex Cooper's an excellent interviewer. Like she does her homework. She asks all the right questions and she does it in a respectful way. And she's really, really, really good at what she does. So I just love to see other women succeed. I love to see and hear stories of other women. Oops, that's me talking on my phone. And to see, isn't Kathy Hilton Paris's mom? Is she or is she not? Am I conflating my Hiltons? I'm not really sure. Anyway, that was my advice to you this morning, to go watch that if you can, instead of watching some of the other drivel that's out there on the internet. Here is today's badass affirmation of the day. Affirmations for a badass coming at you on a Friday. She is Paris's mom, right? Oh man, the things that Paris Hilton went through in those troubled teen camps. If you haven't watched Paris Hilton's documentary, it's on YouTube and it's amazing. And wow, she's got some stories to tell. And now she's trying to help other victims of the troubled teen industry. All right, this is today's badass affirmation of the day. Look, Mitchell, I'm shuffling. And it says, you will get there. You're going to do great today. You will get there. You're going to do great today, everybody. That's today's badass affirmation of the day. Rock on. Yeah, she went to the Provo Canyon School, I think, is one of the troubled teen camps that Paris Hilton was stuck in. And oh, how do I keep my orchids so gorgeous? You know what I do? I buy them at this like low rent supermarket around here. They have the best cut flowers and the best orchids. That orchid was $9.99, and that orchid will last as long as it lasts. And I bought one that had a lot of buds on it. And when it's done, I throw it away. I don't deal with it. I don't have the patience to wait for it to come back 3 years from now. It goes in the garbage. You can't even get a bouquet of flowers nowadays for $10. First of all, I don't even know how people are surviving without jobs and stuff. Like I went to CVS the other day, $10 for deodorant. It's $10 for deodorant. It's $20 for eye drops, and the eye drops are locked up. They're locked up. They're behind lock and key. You have to press a button to have somebody to come and unlock the you can't even find Visine anymore. So forget about that, because Visine is what somebody recently used to poison their husband. And so you can't find Visine. But if you want the eye drops, they're locked behind a case and they're $20. It's insane. It's insane. And so 3 ice cubes a week on the orchid. That's where I started with this. And it's, I don't know. I don't know what's going on out there, but something's got to change. Something's got to change. Something's got to give real soon. Yeah, I was talking about Call Her Daddy with Bethany Frankel. Yeah, apparently eye drops can kill somebody. Who knew? Who knew? Put eye drops in someone's coffee, and it was the Visine, I think, that this person used. And that is why you can't, have you noticed you can't find Visine? I use eye drops a lot because my eyes are blue. They're very sensitive. They're very red in the morning. I use like the gel dry eye drops, and I use like the Visine eye drops, and you just can't. It's insane. Oh, Sammy says, I used to work in an orchid nursery where 90% of our product would be shipped overseas. That's interesting. That's it. 3 ice cubes a week. That's what they tell me. And it works. It works. I'm telling you. Get coupons from your eye doctor. Oh, I'm not buying those all natural ones. Those are like $50. Forget it. Yeah, the Drano is not locked up, apparently. I don't know. It's a wild world. It's a wild world that we're living in, kids. Hang on. That's right, Emily. See, this is why we can't have nice things. Shout out to T Swift early in the morning. Did you hear? Did you hear her wedding date is going to be June 13th? At that resort in Rhode Island. I can't believe she's not just going to get married at her ginormous, beautiful estate on Watch Hill. I don't know. Lock up the fertilizer, lock up it all. And here's what I'm thinking. I've been thinking about Ana Walshe. I've been thinking of Ana Walshe, rest in peace, and Brian Walsh. And look, Ana Walshe was a very successful woman, all right? And he was a taker, okay? He was don't mind if I do kind of guy. He's out shopping for Porsches, really? Dude, how about I got a lot of issues with him. There's no way that he did not suspect that she was cheating on him. There's just no way. They haven't proven it to me yet, but there's no way. Your wife doesn't show up for Christmas Eve, blows off the entire Christmas day. And I don't want to hear that she's Serbian and she celebrates those holidays on a different day. I don't want to hear that. Her children are American. They celebrate Christmas. She didn't show up. She also didn't show up for Thanksgiving. Okay. And she had the excuse that her mother was sick and that she had to go to Serbia by way of Dublin. I don't know if he was tracking her. I don't know if he had Find My iPhone or whatever on her, but there's no way that he didn't suspect it. There's just no way. I mean, we know that he's the dumbest criminal on the planet based on his Google searches and his how long does Lowe's keep security footage for. But the fact that she didn't show up for the holidays is a dead giveaway to me. And apparently he's going to testify also that Yes. Also, that she told him she had a crush on Fasto and that he didn't get jealous, and that she wished that he would get jealous. I think she told that to her friend Alicia. So there's just no way. Listen, she was barely home. We saw her flight logs, or she apparently, because she planned her travel in advance. She was only going to be home for like 2 weekends in January. He's home the rest of the time with 3 kids under 6, probably very resentful about it, right? He probably was started to spy on her, and then maybe his mother was just like, all right, I'm going to have it confirmed. I'm going to get a PI. But I also want to hear about the PI. But listen, I'm just thinking, like, anybody, your spouse doesn't show up for Thanksgiving, and your spouse is away from home a lot of the time and doesn't see fit to get home on Christmas Day. Can he feel, though? Right. If he's a sociopath, can he even feel? That's a good question. And Anna said, he said on the tapes that he saw the picture that she sent her lover of her and the boys. He also admitted to getting her text on either his computer or phone. So I think he definitely knew. I think, was her phone ever found? Because they're talking about now, they talked about, look at those red handcuffs. That was a little bit weird. That was a little 50 Shades of Gray. I don't know if her phone was ever found, because they were pinging it and they said it was near the house, but I don't know that they ever found her physical phone. And so did he notice that she was texting all night, New Year's Eve? And then did he grab her phone or something when they were in the bedroom, see some things that confirmed his suspicions, and then was like, really, we're here having a nice dinner and you're texting your boyfriend on New Year's Eve? I think that could be something that happened, that they had a struggle. He grabbed her phone, and he looks like a control freak, even though he was confined to the home. Yeah, I know he had red handcuffs every morning, says Michael, but today's the day I'm going to make the joke about it, Michael. Sometimes the jokes take a few days to come to me, especially when it's early morning and my alarm didn't go off. Were they Hermes handcuffs? Well done, Ms. 808. And listen, they were living above their means a bit, eh? Do you think? I mean, the Porsche shopping, apparently he was shopping for a 4-carat diamond ring for her. Let's just call it what it is. Living beyond your means. The townhouse was what, 1.2. They had a mortgage on it. I don't think that if he did kill her, because innocent until proven guilty, I don't think he did it for the money. I think he did it because he was really angry. More like a Dr. Harry Turk kind of, maybe passion, heated passion, sort of broke in the moment. Still, sort of lost it in the moment, because I think that she might have actually said to him, oh yeah, by the way, I have to leave tomorrow. I got to go. But wasn't the boyfriend in Idaho? And if she said that night, yeah, by the way, I'm going to leave tomorrow, he might have lost it and been like, listen, you haven't been here for all the holidays. You didn't even see fit to show up until 8 p.m. on Christmas Day. Then she left right away again on the 26th. Then she came home on, I think it was the 30th, because the night she went out with her girlfriend was on the 29th, and that was in DC. She came home on the 30th, and then she was scheduled to go back, I think, on the 4th. I think, because remember they had dinner plans. She and William Fasto had dinner plans to go out on the 4th. They were going to celebrate the new year because he was with his kids in Idaho. And it was, he wound up calling him on the 4th, because that was the day that he finally decided to call her work and see if she was missing. And did he find out that they were going to go to dinner on the 4th and talk about their 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plan? And then he really lost it. And was that I saw people speculating online that it was symbolic, that he, didn't report her missing until the 4th. And then because it was the day that they were supposed to talk about their plan and go to dinner, but I don't know if I can get that far yet. Yes, he was a sailor. They went sailing together. They went to the movies together. They were confidants. Pro tip: do not find a confidant who is not your spouse. Okay. That is emotional. It's an emotional affair. And in this case, it led to other things. Silly Rabbit Hole says, Sociopaths do not like to feel like a disappointment to their mothers. That's interesting. It also seems like the mother was very involved in their life. She was paying their rent. And then at one point, in the opening, Greg Connor said she paid their rent, or was it Larry Tipton? One of them said, and grandma paid their rent because that's what grandmas do. And I'm like, wait a second, hello? Grandmas pay rent? Where does that come from? She was paying their $5,000 a month rent. And they were paying the mortgage, I guess, on the townhouse. And then some in DC. And then somebody else said that his mom had like over a $6 million townhouse, which I think that you guys told me. Yeah, that Boston article, a lot of people sent me that Boston.com article. We read that in the beginning of our deep dive into this case. I forget if it was Boston.com or it was, but that was back from 2023. That was back from 2023, and that's right first when the case first happened. That it was a very interesting read. But I didn't read it again because it's very long, and I think we read it in I think Ana was married before Brian. Her name was Nip, K-N-I-P-P. And her maiden name is something with an L-J, I think, and I can't remember. I Love Dogs 1970 says, grandmas do not pay rent, especially $5,000 a month. Hello. And so those are just the thoughts that I had in the middle of the night. I thought I would share with you. That's what we do here. We share thoughts. And Diane Freniere, the judge, it's 9:07. She's usually as prompt as can be. Am I behind a little? No, I don't think so. And we love that about her, don't we? We love her.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Good morning, Cardi. Thank you. Sometimes we need you. Sometimes we need you to be here with us. James needs a grandma who pays the rent. Joanne says, I am a grandma. I don't pay my kids' rent. God save us from the Commonwealth, everybody.
Rise, jurors entering.
Let's hope Greg Connor can clear it up a little bit. Yellow Lead Betteros is in court today, and she would like to know if you guys want to take note of anything specific. Please tag her in your responses. It's easier to do that from your laptop. You can't do it from your phone. Thank you, Yellow Lead Betteros. Tell us if the jury's getting bored by all of this text message talk of Connor Keefe and Greg Connor. Oh, that's interesting. Greg Connor Keefe.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Freniere, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. What's going to follow the Massachusetts in this honorable court? Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
He needs to clear it up. Which phone is which? Whose phone is whose?
Hope you all had a nice night. Jurors, we'll start today with the questions that we have every morning. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
So tag Yellow Lead Betteros in the chat if you have anything you'd like her to ask, and I'll put it together in email form. I mean, not ask, anything you want her to observe. To me, he's got to clarify whose phone is whose. Otherwise, this is just a bunch of mishigas that nobody's understanding.
Yes.
iPhone mini to the 6966 number to the this number. I didn't even have time to go back last night and figure out whose phone number was whose, but maybe you guys did.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
Plan for the day is we're covering this case until 1, and then 2 p.m. we're going to go to the Aiden Carney hearing.
Today's work, the record should reflect that all jurors have answered yes to all the questions. You can come back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, Trooper. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Karen Sue,
Trooper, do you
you're the
recognize
best.
that report I just handed to you?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that report before coming in here today?
Yes.
Is that a redacted version of what's been marked for identification I with some images blurred out?
Yes.
And so that would be a collection of text messages between the number identified for Brian Walsh and the number identified for Ana as far as contacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are the last 4 digits of the Brian Walsh number?
The last 4 is 8646
And what are the last digits for Ana New?
7966.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, the redacted version of I.
Any objection? The Celebrate report between the interactions of the phone ending in 8646 to 7966 is now in evidence as Exhibit 169. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish 169?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as 169 on the screens, please? Trooper, directing your attention to the first text on the page, which phone number is, what are the last 4 digits of the phone number sending this text message?
8646.
What is the body of the text?
Hello.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next 2 texts? Trooper, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Thomas asked if you were coming today.
And what was the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And then if you could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, thank you. Trooper, which number sent this next text in the chain?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I haven't heard from you at all.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:54 a.m.
Now, could you, Ms. Gilman, scroll down to the next text in that chain? Trooper, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 7966.
And what is the body of this text?
My flight got canceled driving up.
And what was the date and time it was read?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:57 p.m.
Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 51? Trooper, this top text on the page, which number is sending it?
Could you scroll up a little bit?
Yep. I guess you'd have to go all the way up to 50.
I'm putting the key for you on the page. So 8646 is Brian's phone number. 7966 is Ana's phone number. And this is heartbreaking because he's texting her on Christmas Day. Like, the kids want to know where you are. Are you coming? Are you coming here today? And it's like noon. And we know from the JetBlue witness that she had a flight scheduled for Christmas Day, but it wasn't until something like 6:30 p.m. And then she apparently lied to him and said, my flight was canceled. I'm driving. And that's sad that the kids are looking for their mom on Christmas. She's not there to open presents in the morning. Some people open Christmas presents in the morning. Some open them on Christmas Eve. But for all children, it's a big morning. They get up super early, and this makes me sad. Doesn't mean she deserved to be killed, but you know, it's still sad. Okay, here, moving on.
Which number is sending this text, Trooper?
The number ending in 8646.
And if we could go back down to 51. What was the time in the bottom corner of this text after it says sent?
December 30th, 2022, 6:33 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next message in the chain? Thank you. Trooper, which phone is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed. William said he forgot it was there. Ha ha ha. Okay, call anytime.
What is the date and time? Now, this doesn't say delivered, correct? Or is there a time when it was delivered?
It does not say, sir.
What is the date and time in the bottom corner of the text?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:33 p.m.
And so, sir, if there's no delivered, what does that mean?
I don't believe it was ever delivered to the intended recipient.
But there's a date and time. Is that when the text was written?
The bottom right?
Yes.
That's when it was sent.
That was when it was sent, because there's a status saying sent.
Correct.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next text? Trooper, which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
Could you read the body of this?
Hello, where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early. Big day tomorrow for everyone. I still love you. Ha ha ha.
And what is the date and time in the bottom?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:18 p.m.
And does this note if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we go to the next page, page 52? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello.
And what is the date and the time?
January 3rd, 2023 at 6:39 a.m.
Does this denote if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we have the next text? Which number sent this?
They're going to say this shows consciousness of guilt because he was sending her text messages after he knew that she was already gone because he had already disposed of her body by this point or was planning to. Because I think that the dumpster video is not until the 3rd, but this is all him trying to, cover his tracks and make it look like he's looking for her, right?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time of this?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
And this has a status of sent?
Yes.
Could we have the next message? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I'm worried. Please call or email.
And what time was this sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
Could we go to page 53? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this?
Where are you? I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now.
And what is the date and time this message was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:30 a.m.
Can we have the next message, please? Which number sent this?
Cindy, I know you know a lot of stuff about this. Cindy from Virginia. Will a phone still ping if it is off? Because remember they were pinging her phone, and I think the last ping on her phone was either on the 2nd or the 3rd, and they said it pinged near the house. So I'm just curious if a phone will ping, like if Verizon can do a ping on a phone if the phone is off. Thanks.
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
I will call after I drop the boys. If I don't hear from you this morning, I'm going to report you missing.
What is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023 at 8:32 a.m.
And going down to the next message, what number sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this message?
Hello, I texted your sister and Alyssa. I am calling Jeff if I don't hear from you. Where are you?
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:16 p.m.
Going down to page 54. Sir, which phone sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what does the body of it say?
Hello.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:03 p.m.
And the next message, sir, which phone sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
Where are you? The boys and I are worried. I'm calling work tomorrow if I don't hear from you.
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:04 p.m.
Going down to the next message. What is the phone number that sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time that was sent?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:14 a.m.
And can we go to page 55 for the final message? Sir, what number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I am calling Jeff now.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
Okay, so remember, January 4th is when he finally calls Jeff. Remember, he was Googling this guy, Jeff, at Tishman Spire. That's when he finally called there to see if they had seen her, because he hadn't heard from her in a couple of days. And his story is going to be that the last time he tried calling her worked for her because she had been out of touch for a couple of days when he couldn't reach her. And it may have been another holiday, but it was prior to this. She got mad at him and said, "Don't call my work. You're going to get me in trouble." And so his story is that he was hesitant to call her work or report her missing because it wasn't uncommon to not hear from her for a couple of days. And last time he did call her work, she got really mad at him. That's what he says. So now this is when he calls Tishman Spire to say, "I can't find her." And then Tishman Spire, I forget which employee it was, called the Cohasset police. And that is when Cohasset police came to his house to speak to him for the first time, the first recorded interview that we listened to, which was on January 4th. And it was a little bit after this. I think it was a little bit before noon. This was 10:15 a.m. And I almost feel like perhaps, just strategy wise, it would have made more sense to me for them to go chronologically what happened. And then after they show these messages, then play Brian's statements that he gave to the police, the recorded statements, because I feel like because we heard those recorded interviews first, it's hard to remember what he said. And I feel like now, if we did this chronologically, knowing what we know now, it would make more sense to hear those interviews now. I mean, I would even like to hear them after hearing from Jem Mutlu, who was there on New Year's Eve. And I would like to, and I realize a lot of these witnesses are coming from out of state. I think they're flying a woman in from Israel to testify because this was an issue at pretrial when they had to adjourn the trial the first time to send Brian off for his competency eval to Bridgewater State. I feel like I would like to hear his statements after all of the chronological things, right? But that's just me. I think I would have done it differently if this was my case, but let me know what you think. So this was the last message sent. Then he called the guy Tishman Spire. Tishman Spire called Cohasset police. Cohasset police comes and knocks on the door to take a statement. Here we go. Oh, hey, my friends across the pond. The Midlands in the UK is watching. Thank you.
Messages on January 2nd through January 4th of 2023. Does any of the messages denote that they were delivered?
It does not appear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Oh, here we go with Cross.
Cross
Okay.
exam.
Okay. See if he gets into celebrate being inaccurate with regard to.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, you told us, testified to what you referred to as location data, correct?
Yes.
And the location data that was retrieved by apps, various apps that are contained on the devices.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that with regards to apps being able to collect location data, that service can be turned off in those devices?
If the user decides to.
Okay. And if the user decides to turn off the location tracking aspect of any app, then those app or that particular app just does not collect the location data, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge then, if someone knew how to turn off the location data for all the apps on any device that they were using to go from point A to point B, you wouldn't have that data that you told us about yesterday.
The phone collects quite a bit of data at all times.
I thought you just answered the second to last question, to the best of my knowledge, if you turned off the apps, the device would not collect location data.
Well, app specific
Mhm.
location data. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
You're asking about app specific
Okay.
location data, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
So are you telling this jury that if someone turned off the location tracking aspect of an app, that you would still get location data from other sources?
There's a possibility, yes.
Possibility, all right.
Possibility. Does the phone itself keep location data?
I want to focus your attention now to Exhibit 161. That is that's the Safari search history.
Okay, yes.
When you say okay, you mean yes?
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Okay. I don't want to confuse you. If I ask a question, just tell me, ask it again, and I'll.
Yes, sir.
That's the Safari search history of the Apple iPhone 13 mini. And it ran a date range of December 25th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And then that same exhibit, and I think it was referred to yesterday, contains what was referred to as Chapter 2. You recall that? And the Chapter 2 is the Safari web history of the same device that runs from December 31st, 2022, from 9:28 a.m. to 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that even though the data would be collected and extracted from those two sources, the search history and the web history, that the web history would generally contain additional and more detailed information?
That's correct.
And who was it that decided then to limit the web history information included in Exhibit 161 to only one day for just a couple of minutes?
It was a decision by the prosecution team.
Okay. And so you told us yesterday that you work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
So, and you told us yesterday that you're an investigator, correct?
Yes.
And so as part of your role as an investigator with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, is it fair to say that you take direction from the district attorney that's prosecuting a particular case?
More collaboration. We bring the investigative piece and they bring the legal advice and piece to the case.
Do you ever then inform the district attorney, whoever it is that you're working with on a particular case, that, for instance, web history would have additional information that might help explain entries that were found in the search history?
I present the data that is extracted from the device.
So my question was, do you ever take the time to explain to the district attorney assigned to the case you're working on with them that the web history would contain additional information in addition to the search history?
Yes.
So in any event, with regards to Exhibit 161, you were instructed or advised to only include the web history for one day, December 31st, and only for a few minutes.
Well, that particular searches were on Apple Maps, which were contained on Safari history, search history.
Were you instructed not to include certain information in Exhibit 161 then?
We had the date range of December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023, sorry.
And what about the web history? Were you instructed only to limit the inclusion in Exhibit 161 to that one day, December 31st?
We only chose to do that specific, those specific searches from 9:28 to 9:31 a.m.
Okay.
What are they leaving out? What are they leaving out? Oh, Larry's got something up his sleeve. Thank you, Gigi, for gifting 5. And Love My Flip Flops for gifting 5 into the 10 new members. Welcome. Check out your special emojis.
I'm just going to ask, and it's probably me.
Okay.
I can barely hear you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I might be going deaf.
That's fine.
Piers, are you able to hear?
And
Right.
apologize.
That's my concern. But you need to be able to hear him as well. I'm concerned about that.
I
Attorney
understand.
Tipton.
I will
understand.
do my best.
Thanks on top.
Yesterday, you were asked, let me ask this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that in the search history included in Exhibit 161, that at page number 1, number 9, there are indications of a search involving Expedia and other flight-related searches?
Could you show me that, sir?
Sure. Do we have Exhibit 161?
Did you go to the Jennifer McCabe School of Testimony? Can you show it to me? So somebody was looking for flights. Also,
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Or refer to you as Trooper? Or do you have another title? I just don't want to misstate.
No, that's fine, sir. Yeah, that's
should I refer to you as trooper, or did you get a promotion too?
I want to focus your attention now to page 1 and the entry number 9. Am I correct in saying that that references a search related to Expedia?
that's correct.
And that search occurred at 12:25:22 at 11:39 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And those searches related to Expedia, they continue through record number 20 at page 2. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes from Expedia to Check a Flight to Check a Flight JetBlue.
All right. So yesterday you told us and you testified to one entry having to do referring to JetBlue, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of searches in Exhibit 161, isn't there, that have to do with searches for Expedia and flight information?
Yes.
And once again, if you were to look at the Safari web history of the same device for this same information at the same time, you would find more information and put context into that search. Is that accurate?
Yes, there would be more information.
Okay.
So you cherry.
But as you sit here today and based on what is and is not included in Exhibit 161, you can't give us more context to any of those searches regarding flight information, can you?
No.
Yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4. Yesterday, you were asked questions about an entry on page 4, record number 42. Am I saying that right when I refer to record number 42? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a search regarding what?
Number 42. Would you like to read the date, time, or just the search term, sir?
You can read it anything you want.
Okay.
Yes, to make it complete.
Item 42. The search occurred on December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m. And the search was Xmas Day plane crash.
Okay. And those types of searches, and when I say those types, the subject matter that's contained in record number 42, it continues through record number 45 on page 4, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is timestamp 12/31/03 at record number 49.
Correct.
Now, yesterday you were also asked about a specific reference, and once again, page 4, record number 53. And that's the record that indicates Ana Walshe found dead, correct?
Correct.
And those searches continue through 12:45:58 on page 4, don't they?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that once again, if you had the web history to that particular search, that would give more context into what that particular search is that you just talked about at number 54, record number 53 at page 4. It would give you more information and more context, would it not?
It would, yes.
You have no idea, do you, as you sit here today, what the user was thinking when he or she inputted that search that you just testified to, do you?
I do not. I know the content of it. I do not know the intent of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact, given the fact that you're an investigator, and I presume you conducted some investigation in this case on behalf of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, are you aware of the fact that that Mrs. Ana Walshe, her flight was canceled on 12/25?
Yes.
And did you investigate the circumstances of that cancellation?
I personally did not.
Okay. So you're unaware of the snowstorm or anything like that that caused canceled flights?
I don't know the particulars around the.
All right. I want to focus your attention once again at Exhibit 161 to a number of searches that began at record number 445 at page 30.
Page 30, sir?
Page 30. And it's record number 445. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in looking at those entries starting at 445 and continuing through record number 495 on page 34, that they involve searches for what looks to be champagne or wine and varieties of champagnes and wines?
I mean, do you mind if I take a look?
I don't mind at all. No, sir.
Okay.
Please do.
445 through
495.
495.
He searched for a plane crash, I think, because she wasn't responding to him. And it was Christmas morning. And he's like, the kids want to know where you are. Are you coming home? And then he's like, you're not responding to me. And he kept texting her and she wasn't responding. So maybe his mind went to the worst place. Ana Walshe found dead, plane crashes. He can't reach his wife on Christmas Day, right? I mean, I could see how his mind might go there.
Sir. Yes, that appears wine and champagne.
Okay.
For those searches.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you've carefully reviewed all these records, haven't you, before you testified here starting yesterday?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 62, beginning at record 924, and I'd ask you to just run through up to page 63, record number 943. Once again, a number of searches regarding champagne or wine or things like that.
Yes.
Okay, you agree with that, right?
Yes.
And we could continue to do this, but for instance, though all of those searches were being conducted on December 30th of 2022, weren't they?
Day before New Year's Eve.
The ones from line 924 through 943, yes, they were on December 30th, 2022.
And the searches between record 953 through 1016 on page 68. Do you have those in front of you?
What was the beginning item, sir?
Record number 953, page 64
Okay.
through record number 1016, page 68. Once again, those searches occurred on December 30th, correct?
I'm still looking, sir.
I'm sorry. You tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
And don't let me rush you.
We know he's not smart, though.
Yes, those searches occurred December 30th, 2022, between approximately 7 p.m. to around 7:15 p.m.
Right, on December 30th, correct? Yes.
Correct.
And you're aware in the investigation of this case that Mrs. Ana Walshe had planned a New Year's Eve party to be conducted in the Cohasset home on New Year's Eve, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, or maybe you're not, but there are additional searches throughout this as you continue to go down these searches that, once again, someone is shopping for expensive champagne, someone's shopping for champagne or items like that, all in the same time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you were asked specifically by the government to testify to an entry number, record number 1069 at page 72. Can you find that? It's at 8:38 p.m. on 12/30/2022. Record number 1069 at page 72.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, and you were asked what that search was, and you stated to the jury, "I'm good." Correct?
Yes.
And you didn't give any other context to that, correct?
Correct.
That was
As an investigator in this case, you are aware of the fact that there is a movie named I'm Good, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware of the fact that if you were to look at the search web history related to that search, that it would further explain and give context to that search and that I'm Good is a movie. Is that fair to say?
I would have to see the web history itself, sir.
Okay. So you would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that that search that you were asked specifically about yesterday, I'm Good, at record 1069 at 8:38, that search regarding a movie occurred in between all this shopping, all these searches going on having to do with champagne and wine and everything else, correct?
This occurred after the ones you had me read prior. I would have to look if there were searches containing wine and champagne after, sir.
Well, let me focus your attention then, and that's a certainly fair and accurate response. Why don't you look at page 72, the same page, and record number 1078. Have you had a chance?
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's champagne-related searches.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, Trooper, that when you were asked yesterday on direct examination and to specifically refer to that one search at number 1069, I'm Good, there's certainly nothing nefarious about someone conducting a search for a movie entitled I'm Good, correct?
Again, sir, I only know the context of this. I don't know the content or the content. I don't know the intent behind it.
You would agree that these records that you have in Exhibit 161, if you know, they have multiple searches related to movies and movie titles, correct?
I just know the I'm Good one that you referenced, sir.
Okay. Well, let me just briefly point you to record number 1128 at page 75. If you can go there.
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Starting there, if you could just start there, that looks like a reference to a movie or a movie clip, correct?
1128
Yes.
states tone MOV, TOE-MOV.
Do you know what that refers to?
I do not.
Okay. Just now run through the searches and up to and including number 1147, page 77. Can you do that? And as you look through those, there are multiple references to movies and movie clips, if you know.
Yes, there is, sir.
And then, finally, if you can look at record number 1148 on page 77, now we start some more champagne searches. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
So you're not, as you sit here today, you don't know who was actually searching for champagne and those related searches all during this day of December 30th.
I do not.
And you don't know who was searching for all those movies and things like that.
I do not.
And you wouldn't testify to the jury now that there's anything nefarious about someone conducting multiple searches for champagne or movie clips, is there?
Could you repeat that, sir?
There's nothing nefarious about someone searching for champagne or multiple movie clips during this period of time.
No.
And based on your investigation of the case, you did carefully look at each entry of the searches, correct?
Yes.
Now, once again, yesterday specifically, and you can turn to record number 1271, page 85, you were asked specifically yesterday by the government to look at that search. Can you look at that one again and tell us what it says?
Line 1271, dated January 2nd, 2023, 6:42 p.m. And the search states, I'm good.
So you testified to that yesterday, and you gave no context to it. But once again, it's a reference to the same I'm good that we saw had been searched for back in December 30th, correct? While someone is conducting champagne searches, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, then, you can't tell the jury that there's anything suspicious about or nefarious, that's my word, about this search you were asked about yesterday that was conducted on January 2nd of 2023 at record number 1271.
No.
Okay, I just want to correct this misconception. Michelle says, who cares about any of this? He already admitted to chopping her into pieces and disposing of her. No innocent person would do what he did instead of calling 911 for help. I want to just remind everyone, he has admitted to the improper disposal of human remains or the improper conveyance of a corpse. He has never admitted to doing the chopping up. And so I just want to point that out, because regardless of whether he bought these tools and had these tools, there's no evidence that he ever went through with that. And so I haven't heard any testimony yet or any evidence that he actually did do the taking apart of the body. So until I hear some of that, that's not what he pled to. He pled to improper conveyance and improper disposal. He did not plead guilty to dismemberment, just so we're clear. Okay, moving on.
Trooper, I'd like you to look at record number 1170 at page 78. That occurred on December 30th at 11:16:34 p.m.
1170, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You have that?
I do.
What does that search?
Search occurred on December 30th, 2022, 11:16 p.m., and it states nightshade.
Okay. Now, you're an investigator assigned to the district attorney's office, and you worked on this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that nightshade referring to?
Would you like me to explain the searches below? I believe it's related to what you're asking.
Absolutely, if that helps.
Yes. It says nightshade noodle bar.
And those searches go through record number 1175 through page 79 regarding nightshade and noodle bar and things like that.
Yes.
So tell us, Trooper, what is nightshade or nightshade noodle bar? What is that?
I believe it's a restaurant.
Okay, and where is that restaurant located?
I am not sure. I am not sure, sir.
You're not sure. If I told you it was located right on the town line, close to the town line of Marblehead, Massachusetts and Lynn, Massachusetts, would that sound accurate to you?
I would have to search it.
Okay, so you haven't searched it.
No.
In the context of this case, you have, as you sit here today, you have no idea of then the context of that search regarding nightshade, do you?
It appears to be a restaurant, sir. That's
All right.
all I can say.
And are you aware of the fact that in your investigation of the case that Mr. Walsh actually made a reservation for a New Year's Day dinner at the Nightshade Restaurant for himself and Miss Ana Walshe for New Year's Day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, first of all, I just heard a giant loud boom outside my window, which I need to check on right now. And also, look at him as he's looking at the jury. You didn't look into what any of these searches meant? What kind of investigator are you? What kind of investigator are you? Look at him. He's like, oops, I've been caught. I'm sitting here trying to tell you all these Google searches are incriminating, but I didn't even look into the fact that he made a reservation at this restaurant. He never thought to Google it.
I would ask at this time to have for ID only. Okay. Sure.
Anybody want to show it to me? That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, how about you show it to me? That'd be a good idea. We have a little room to move here, so we will.
Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes?
Sir, you all set with this?
Pardon?
You leave this here? Okay.
Trooper, I'm just going to show you what's been now marked for ID as Exhibit J. Have you ever seen that before in your examination of the iPhone? The iPhone 13?
I reviewed the messages. I don't specifically recall this one.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that that message indicates in its context that it's a reservation at the Nightshade Restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And what is the phone number that it was created from?
The phone number ending in 8646.
I apologize. Did you tell us that you had or may have seen it? You just don't recall as you sit here?
Yes, I reviewed the text through the past few years. I probably have seen it in the past, but I don't recall it.
At this time, I move to have that text put in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The text message that's previously been marked for identification as J is now in evidence as Exhibit 170.
Let me know if you think
Thank
he's doing
you.
a good job of showing incompetence on
Is
the
it
part of these
accurate to
investigators.
say then, Trooper Keefe, that with regards at least to this particular text and the information that it contains, that to the best of your knowledge, nobody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, such as yourself, as an investigator, went up and talked to anybody at Nightshade or tried to get records of any reservation that had in fact been made on 12/30 for a dinner date?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Trooper, I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 161 at record number 1250 at page 84. It's a search conducted at 12/31/22 at 10:26:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will, sir, follow that search up to and including record number 1270 through page 85 that ends at 6:42:54 p.m.
What was the ending line, sir?
Record number 1270
1270. Okay.
at page 85.
Yes, sir.
What do those searches involve based on the content of the search query?
These searches appear to be kids' play places, how to file for a charity, can you donate your lottery winnings, how to file a 501c3 for a church.
It's fair to say that those searches involve queries about charities and how to file charities related to a church or things like that, based on the search queries, correct?
Yes,
And do you know what a 501c3 is?
I believe it's a nonprofit charity or organization.
Did you or anyone from the Norfolk County DA's office, to the best of your knowledge, investigate what that charity search involved?
I did not, sir.
And that charity search was conducted on December 31st, New Year's Eve, at 10:26:16 a.m. That's the search at record 1250, page 84, correct?
1250, sir.
Yes.
1250 is, can you donate your auto winning tax free?
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't specifically include the word charity.
It does not.
Thank you for correcting me. As you go down to the next searches, 1252 on, it specifically starts talking about charities and 501c3s.
1256 begins the searches for
Okay.
filing a charity.
Thank you for correcting me. No one went and tried to find out what that was about.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked specifically, sir, to tell the jury what was a search at record number 193, page 14. Can you turn to that? It's page 14, number 193.
It's all fair game. They want to give the jury this entire binder. Don't just cherry pick the searches that make him look like a person who's cleaning up a crime scene. What about all these other things that he was searching? He's poking holes in it, and I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Are you there?
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if it's going to make
And-
a difference, but
You were specifically asked what that search was about, and you told the jury it was about Autobahn, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked nothing else about any of the related searches that go through record number 198 regarding Autobahn, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I
And
get
some
it
of those
now.
searches specifically state Autobahn USA, correct?
Yes.
What is Autobahn USA?
I believe it's a car website or
Okay,
vehicles,
so,
motor vehicles.
okay. And
The Porsche.
are you aware, based on your investigation of this case, that, and based on the content of the text messages between Ana Walshe and Brian, that Ana Walshe had asked Brian Walshe to buy her a Porsche?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that they talked about him buying her a Porsche in the text messages?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that he sent her pictures of a Porsche? In fact, 2 Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you see how his eyes kept shifting over to what looks like the prosecution table? He's looking for help. Look, oh, freeze game on point. Check this out. He did it twice. He's like, hello, are you going to object? Are you going to object? Brian Walsh looking to spend Anna's money to buy Anna a Porsche. How do you like that? We all thought it was the Autobahn in Germany that he was looking at. But no, it turns out to be Auto Barn, I think, which is selling Porsches. Hang on. It's a dealer in Dedham and Westboro. Thank you, virtual juror. Oh, but it is spelled Autobahn, like the Autobahn in Germany. Got it. Thank you.
In fact, 2 Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go out in the context of the investigation of this case and talk to anybody at Autobahn to see if Mr. Walsh had appeared and was talking about buying a Porsche for Ana Walshe around Christmas time of 2022?
I did not, sir.
Okay. So I want to focus your attention to record number 418, page 29. And that is a search that was conducted on December 27th of 2022 at 6:17:23 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And the related searches to that, they go through record number 438, correct?
Correct.
Those searches are related to a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And they're actually location searches in some instances of a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And it's a Verizon store located in DC, correct?
That is correct.
It's not a Verizon store located in or around Cohasset, is it?
No.
And are you aware of the fact, Trooper Keefe, that on or around December 27th, contained in the text messages that have now been introduced into evidence, that Ms. Walsh stated to Mr. Walsh that her phone wasn't working properly at the same time on 12/27.
Yes, I do recall those.
And that she told him words to the effect of it just literally stopped working, or words to that effect.
There was something to that effect, yes.
And he texted her back and said words to the effect of, do you want me to get you a new phone, or do you need a new phone, correct?
I believe it was something like that, sir.
And then in the early morning hours of December 28th, Mr. Walsh sent her information about, well, here's a Verizon store in DC that you might go to if you need help.
Yes.
And she responded, thank you. Do you remember that?
I remember the messages about the Verizon store.
Yesterday, specifically on direct examination, you were asked about a search conducted at record number 1368, page 92. And that search was conducted on January 4th of 2023.
Sorry, sir. What was the line again? I just got to the page.
I'm sorry. Record number 1368, page 92.
Okay.
You were asked about that yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And you told this jury it was about the Mazda building.
The crossing building.
Oh, the crossing building.
Yes.
But you weren't asked for the context or anything of the sort. You just simply told the jury what the search query was, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you now to go back to record number 804 at page 54. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that beginning at 804, page 54, on December 29th of 2022 at 9:13:47 p.m., that those searches are related to the Mazda building also?
Yes, sir.
And those searches go through record number 825 at page 55.
Yes, the Mazda building, crossing building. Correct.
So yesterday, you weren't asked about those searches that go back to December 29th. You were only asked about the search on January 4th. Is that correct?
No, I believe I was asked about those searches prior to.
All right, fine. Then I'm
Yes.
wrong. You know what the Mazda building is?
It's a building in DC, I believe, here where Ana Walshe works.
What about the crossing?
I don't know the specifics, just building in DC.
As an investigator in this case, and since you were asked specifically by the government yesterday to tell the jury about those searches, you went and investigated what had been occurring at the Mazda building, Tishman Spire, regarding their management of the Mazda building and that area?
I don't know the specifics, sir.
Are you unaware of the fact, Trooper, as an investigator connected to this case, that there was a Legionnaire disease outbreak?
There was a Legionnaire disease.
In October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
There was a Legionnaire's disease outbreak at the Mazda apartments. I pulled it up. It's spelled like Mazda Media, M-A-Z-Z-A. I looked it up yesterday. There was a Legionnaire's outbreak in October of 2022. And look at his face. He has no idea. You know why? They didn't investigate any of these searches. You know why? Because they just thought he was guilty. They just thought he was guilty.
Of those properties in October?
Take it back.
In October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of any letter that's contained, or let's strike that, that's not fair. Are you aware of any letter that was issued by the DC Department of Public Health specifically to Ana Walshe in her capacity as Regional General Manager regarding that Legionnaire disease outbreak?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you investigate and ask anybody at Tishman Meyer about anything occurring in October regarding the building that they were managing, specifically that Ana Walshe was managing?
Objection.
I'll see at the side of the bench.
He is doing an excellent job, in my opinion, of showing how incompetent this investigation was. Because if you're investigating a man for murder, which eventually they were, why wouldn't you investigate why he was searching these things? Look at him smiling, smirking, looking very uncomfortable. I find this all to be relevant and fair game because they specifically asked him yesterday twice about the searches involving the Mazda apartment buildings. Do you remember? And I remember that. And I remember thinking, oh, what is that? And then I Googled it myself. And it appears to be an apartment complex that she managed. And now we know that in October, which was 2 months before this, there had been a Legionnaire's disease outbreak in that building. Now I need to do a deep dive into Legionnaire's disease to see if it can cause sudden unexplained death. And if anybody just got 5 minutes ago, the New York Times email today, the breakdown, there is a lead article right in there about sudden unexplained death and a JetBlue pilot who died of it. They thought it was food poisoning, but it was a sudden unexplained death, which is weird timing that I literally just got this email moments ago. And now we are on real time. Thanks, Not a House Defendant for your 5 says, if she didn't show up on Christmas until the evening, I can see why he didn't report her missing. Thanks, Mason B, for your 10, just for thanking me. Thank you for taking an interest in this case and for watching. Pebbles, thanks for gift and membership.
It's marked as K for identification.
Pebbles says, thanks, you make the work day fly. I know so many of you are at work, and I hope you're getting your work done. Welcome, Daisy Duke. Cindy pointing out to us that the JetBlue data showed that the Christmas flight was not canceled. That's what I recall as well.
Based on your review, Trooper Keefe, of the contents on the iPhone that is the subject of Exhibit 161, it's fair to say that in the searches running from the date of December 25th of 2022 up and including the end of December 31st of 2022, you saw no evidence of searches in the Safari search history regarding any searches for things like tools or searches suggesting how to dispose of a body or anything like that, correct?
I did not see any of those December 25th to the 29th.
Okay, and it's fair to say that based on your review of the search queries that were made and are contained in Exhibit 161, what you see for the search queries, it's fair to characterize them as there's multiple searches for various actors and actresses and music and movies, piano lessons, kinder care, and even a dog barking toy. Do you recall those?
I do, sir, yes.
And you were asked something about yesterday, and I'm sorry I don't have the citation, and that's my fault, but do you remember telling this jury about a search that involved something called My Exes?
Yes.
Then the search right below it, I think, if you recall, and I once again apologize I don't have the citation, but I think you were asked on direct that it also had something like a reference to a song, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't asked to give context to that at all. You just told the jury what the search was, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that once again, there's just nothing nefarious about someone searching for what turns out to be a country western song, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Keefe, you in the past applied for search warrants, haven't you?
I have, sir.
And you know what the procedure is, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that, are you familiar with the phrase probable cause?
I am, sir.
And can you just explain briefly what probable cause means in the context of getting a search warrant?
Objection.
Overruled.
The facts and information pertaining to your investigation in order to charge a crime, more or less. More likely than not that this crime had occurred.
And it's fair to say that once you start an investigation, your experience tells you that you might get a search warrant that covers a particular time period. And if you get information, either based on the content of what you discovered pursuant to the search warrant or your continued investigation, you can return to a court and apply for an additional search warrant, can't you?
It depends what the search warrant is for, what the search warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Ana Walshe, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Ana Walshe?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had, at the time, I'm sorry.
During that investigation.
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
Setting this up for appeal. The issue of the suppression of the searches.
You would agree.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
I want to hear that question again.
Objection, Your Honor.
To see if there was any evidence beyond 12/25 happened,
Warrant is for.
such as this, investigating.
Warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Ana Walshe, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Ana Walshe?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had, at the time, I'm sorry.
During that investigation.
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
You would agree.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
This would be interesting. All right, let's fast forward a bit. This letter that you sent me on the Legionnaire's disease outbreak is very interesting. Thank you very much for that, Paul. It's about 6 pages long. And a couple of people at that building did in fact come down with pneumonia weeks before Ana Walshe died. I'm not saying it has anything to do with it, but I wonder, because Larry Tipton does have a medical expert who's going to talk about sudden unexplained death. But it throws a wrinkle into things, in my opinion. Thank you on top for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Steve Morgan says, is the only charge with premeditated murder? Yes, murder 1 in Massachusetts. Murder in the first degree. Charlie says, a masterclass cross-examination in regards to you did an exemplary but half-assed job, Trooper. Thanks for tuning in from Australia, Charles. Mama Cats is so late today. Happy Friday. As always, go slap that like and subscribe. It's free. Much love. Thank you for your 20. I appreciate you so much. Thanks, Mama Cats, for gifting 5 memberships. Super generous today. Thank you so much. There's so many things we don't know. Nate Taylor said, I love that Tipton made Keefe remind the jury about probable cause. Smooth. Yep. Thank you on top for your super sticker. Stephanie Sweedler reminding us that the Legionnaire's disease outbreak that happened in Philadelphia in 1976 that started it all, they all went home and died suddenly. Everybody thought it was heart attacks. That's an interesting tidbit. Silly Rabbit Hole says, can we give our girlies over at Nightshade Noodle Bar a shout out? Best of the best. Scott McGinnis pointing out what we're all thinking. What is going to wake up the public? A true criminal like Walsh getting away because this DA's office and no good detective group is corrupt? Thank you, Gigi, for your 5. She says, Keefe is having the I am allergic to the truth itches. And Christine Mitchell, thank you for your super chat. Says, Melanie, this wouldn't be half as exciting without you. Oh, thanks. And Scott McGinn is putting in another little tidbit for those of you who did not follow the pretrial with us. They knew Walsh was guilty, got his devices he initially turned over voluntarily, tore through them far beyond what was allowed in order to get a head start, and then got true warrants for all the rest cheating. And that is what happened here. And I fully believe if and when there is a conviction on the first-degree murder charge or any murder charge, that will be overturned on appeal because that fruit of the poisonous tree was not suppressed, in my opinion. Thank you, NS, for being here for 13 months and for thanking me for all that I do. Thank you for hanging out with me for so much of your days. Sabrina, thank you for your Venmo. She says, got a grand jury summons. I'm excited. I hope I can serve for it. That's awesome. That's awesome. I hope you can too. I think everyone should want to go on jury duty because it is so interesting. I've never been chosen. I get called a lot, but typically I'm chosen and either I know the attorneys or they find out what I do and they're like, yeah, no, Melanie, go home. And I would love to be a juror because I'd love to see what goes on inside of a jury deliberation room. It's fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating. So thank you, Sabrina. And I hope that you do try. So many people try and get out of jury duty, and I think it's so important because we need good people on juries. It's a long sidebar. Anna Banana served on a grand jury when she was 18. She said, great experience. Remy says, unfortunately, it's not worth the financial loss to serve. Many employers will pay you while you're on jury duty, so I guess it depends. I guess it depends on what your, if your employer is going to pay you while you're out. I don't know how much they pay in Massachusetts for jury duty. New York, I think maybe it's $40 a day. It's not a lot of money. And that's why a lot of retired people serve because they're not working anyway. And so it doesn't matter to them. But yeah, I think jurors should be paid more. I agree with you. No, if you're a felon, you can't get jury duty. Sorry. Sorry, you can't be called if you're a felon. Matrix Media. Oh my God. Heidi says, I had Legionnaires and I was sick for 2 weeks before I was in a coma for 19 days. If I hadn't gone to the ER, I would have just stopped breathing. Didn't we also hear in openings, maybe both openings, that Ana had said that she didn't feel well a couple of times to a couple of different people in the days before she died? I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying the Commonwealth needs to prove its case. And reasonable doubt is a thing. And I see some reasonable doubt so far. I mean, we're still early into the case. This is day 5. Today's going to be a half a day. They're only taking testimony until 1. Aiden Carney's hearing will be at 2:15. So we're going to come back at 2 to cover that live. Kyle says, I've always wanted to be picked. Typically, they find out you're sworn with the department and it's a nope. Once I got picked or pled out last minute. Yeah. Some of the Karen Reed jurors, though, wasn't there law enforcement? I don't remember. But we've watched a lot of trials recently where there have been law enforcement on a jury. And so it depends. It depends on the case. All right. Yellow Ledbetter Rosa sent an email. Let's see. I asked her to give us the jury's reaction to Connor Keefe's cross. And she says, Tipton is getting spicy with him. He's definitely sweating a little more, knowing he should have done much more investigation into the building about the Legionnaires issue. This is laying the groundwork for sudden death. Well, good. Well done, girl. The restaurant reservation is to poke holes in the premeditation. If the plans were made, then he didn't think about killing her. Right. Kaniki, the juror that she refers to as Kaniki from Greece, is all in today and super focused, like watching a tennis match. Juror 4 is still taking all notes. I have not seen her look up once. Matt is here from Court TV, Matt Johnson, but I've not talked to him. He did wave at me, though. Oh, look at you making friends and influencing. When the judge said, anyone want to show it to me, that might be a good idea, all the jurors perked up like crazy, except for Juror 4, because Juror 4 has been furiously taking notes. Keefe is a small dude and seemed like he was picked on in school, so he became a cop, in my opinion. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. He's also very young. He hasn't been on the force very long. And I also thought that, in the Karen Reed trial, when we saw him testify, that he seemed to be credible. But the more we learn about the troopers assigned to the Norfolk DA's office, the more we side-eye, I think. We side-eye them. Scott McGinnis says Matt Johnson has been in court the days I have been. I don't watch Court TV anymore, so I don't know if he's been reporting on it, but I assume that he has, right? Steven says, hi, Melanie. Listening with my good ear. Surgery went well. Thank you for being you. I love you with all of my heart. Love you too, Steven. And we're all wishing you all of the healing vibes from the surgery that you had yesterday. And we're happy that we were able to keep you company while you're waiting to go into surgery. And did you have an excellent anesthesia nap? Because really, that is the best nap ever. So I wish you an excellent prognosis. Yes, Zoe said, they said she felt pale, whatever that means. But if Anna had been sick due to exposure to Legionella bacteria, her symptoms would have been similar to the vid and she would have been noticed by friends. I don't know. I don't know. It's reasonable doubt. I don't think they're going to do a deep dive into Legionnaires. The jury's not supposed to do any research, outside research, but I know they're going to have a medical expert come in and testify. Yeah, she felt pale. Sometimes I feel pale, or I feel like I look pale. I don't think that's weird at all. I say that a lot. Like in the wintertime, I'm like, oh, I feel pale, or I look pale. Because, I like being tan. So I don't find that to be unusual at all. But sometimes, when you feel like you're coming down with something, you just feel like you're losing your color. And so Yellow Ledbetteros in the courtroom says, you're welcome. Sidebars in real time are like an eternity. I know. Look pale, not feel pale, whatever. People use different words for different things. I don't think English was her first language. I could be wrong, but she did 60 push-ups in bar class. That is true. It's absolutely true. She did. Karen says that 115 pounds and traveling all the time and it being winter, her immune system may have been down. See, these are the things that the jurors could be thinking, right? You guys are thinking like the jury, and that's why I love to hear what you have to say. Thanks, Lisa, for the 5 matcha lattes. Says, thanks for helping us understand this madness. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. I'm going to need all the coffee today, I fear. No, I don't do tanning beds. No. Do you? Tanning beds make you look orange. And also, skin cancer is a real thing and it's bad. They only pay you $7 for jury duty. East Maine, where do you live? Carol says, in my opinion, the prosecution has come nowhere near proving meditation. I'm sorry. No, I need meditation too. Nowhere near proving premeditation. I 100% believe he did it. However, evidence only proves to cover up after the fact. Alternate juror says, you can be a juror if you have a felony, just never be on a grand jury. I don't think that's the way it is in New York. Every state is different.
discussing a lot of evidentiary issues. But you can get up. It's sort of tight because it's a lot of you in there. But you can get up and stretch and move around. You can even step up, like right there, if you're lucky enough to be on an end seat. But just keep yourself alert, comfortable. All right? Thank you.
Little seventh inning stretch. My name is Sally O'Malley. I'm 50 years old. I like to jump and kick and stretch.
Yes, sir.
Tell me where that's from. Tell me who the actress was that did that. Sally O'Malley.
Who was the Mass State Police officer designated as, quote, the case officer in the investigation of this case on or around January 8th of 2023?
That would be Trooper Michael Proctor.
Ding, 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 ding. Proctor's here.
And what does case officer mean in that context?
You manage the case. So you're the lead case officer. You delegate tasks and things that need to be done throughout the course of the investigation.
So you manage the case and you oversee the investigation. Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And it was Michael Proctor.
Yes.
Has entered the trial. Proctor's here.
And it is fair to say, it's accurate, that you, in fact, you signed off on and applied for some search warrants in this case.
Yes, I did.
And you were the trooper in charge, being a forensic digital specialist, to analyze the data on the iPhone mini, correct?
The iPhone 13 mini, yes.
They have all of Proctor's text messages.
But you yourself, then, just yes or no, you yourself you never applied for any further search warrant to look at more data on the iPhone 13 mini?
I did not.
No, never looked. Didn't want any more data because we just knew he was guilty. We just thought he was guilty. Proctor has entered. Opening
Trooper
the
Keefe,
door.
yesterday, you were asked to show what was referred to as a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Yes.
And in that PowerPoint presentation, what you did was you compiled, with the use of the Lexis software, you compiled a bunch of data points and believe that you were able then to explain the certain locations of those two phones, the iPhone SE and the iPhone mini, over a period of time, relevant to the investigation of the case, correct?
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons you compiled that PowerPoint presentation, I call it a presentation, but you compiled a PowerPoint, was to try to assimilate and get a lot of information together so you'd have context for the information, correct?
Within that GPS data set, there's thousands of points. So this is just one specific point within that data set for those two different devices.
So when I use the phrase to give context, in other words, once you start using that location data, and based on your review of the digital data, then you can make further conclusions about what a particular data point means when it shows up on the location data, right?
Unsure of the question, sir.
Well, it was a terrible question, so let me try it this way. You know, if you just look at those data points individually without any context, you don't know what data point came before it, you don't know what data point came behind it. All you have is a bunch of individual data points that really don't tell you much of anything. Correct?
No.
Well, I'm not correct.
No.
Once you put together all those single independent data points, you begin to better understand what the location data is telling you.
Once they are uploaded using the mapping software, it's an interactive map, and you can look at the thousands of data points. They day by day, time, specific dates, times. And they'll map out specific dates, times of the events of the location.
So it helps you better understand what the events were over a period of time.
Yes.
So did you ever put together in the investigation of this case the information that was taken out of the iPhone 13 mini? And did you ever take it and put it in some format where you compared it to the other digital data, for instance, that was taken off the MacBook Gray, device number 3?
You'll have to specify data. I don't know what data you're talking about.
Wow. Do you need a dictionary, Trooper?
No. The data on the MacBook it included the activity that was gleaned from the MacBook beginning on or around December 25th up to and including January 1st of 2023.
Is there anything specific? There's a lot of data contained within both devices. I'm not sure what you're asking me to compare.
Well, I think you told us, Sherry, yesterday that with regards to the location data, you had something like over 40,000 data points to deal with, correct?
From the iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Okay. So then you decided out of that 40,000 different data points, you decided which ones you would use to help better understand what events occurred during that relevant time period that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, did you ever make an effort to get all the data information from the MacBook Gray searches and then compare it to the data that you took off the iPhone 13 mini and look at that data, line up and see what happened over a period of days, 12/25, 12/26, 12/27, through January 1st, according to the times of when each event happened on each one of those days between those devices?
So Trooper Nicholas Guarino did the MacBook extraction and analysis. Are you asking specifically about location data?
No, I'm talking about the data that was gleaned from the MacBook Gray and, for instance, the data that you gleaned from the iPhone mini.
I did not compare the two, if that's what you're asking.
Would you agree with me, Trooper Keefe, that if you lined up all of the data that showed what happened on those two devices, for instance, the information, the activity on the MacBook, and you combined it with the activity on the iPad, on the iPhone mini, the iPhone mini 13, that you would have a better understanding of exactly what was going on during the day of, for instance, 12/25/22 and 12/26/22, that would help you better understand the context of the information.
Objection.
Overruled.
They're two different devices. They'll be used at two different times.
Well,
You're
you used
alleging-
two different devices used at two different.
You're alleging that Brian Walsh used both of them to plan a murder, which you haven't shown us that he actually committed yet. And so this comment came up and I found it interesting. So it's a good time to show it to you now. Where is it? JLO05, JLO5 says, Melanie, you say you see no proof he killed her. What about the bloody clothes he disposed of? There is so much proof. I'm shocked you don't see it. Well, he admitted to disposing of that stuff. They've already admitted that because everything was in the same bag, things could have transferred to other things. We still don't know if it's blood, and we still don't know if it is blood, whose blood it is, and we still don't know a lot of things. So I'm sorry that you're shocked that I don't see it, but I could say the same. I'm shocked that you do see it when it hasn't actually been proven with actual evidence. And this is the problem, is that You can't just infer things that are not proven in court. That's not the way the system is supposed to work. Somebody else said, why give Brian Walsh grace? I don't feel like I'm giving Brian Walsh grace. I feel like I want every defendant, not only in the Commonwealth, but everywhere across the United States of America, to have a shot, to have a fair trial. To have a fair trial. And I feel that the Commonwealth and the state in every case, or the feds, depending on what court you're in, should have to prove its case. We don't just incarcerate people based on a feeling, or based on the fact that he looks like he did it, or based on the fact that he probably did it. We're all supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And we all may have feelings about what he did, but we need proof of that. And yes, of course, it is always about justice for Ana, always about justice for Ana. But there will be no justice for Ana if someone is incarcerated wrongfully. And there are many, many people incarcerated here in the United States of America and worldwide who are not guilty of the crimes that they're incarcerated for. And so if it takes one guilty person to go free because the cops have been coloring outside the lines for decades and they can't do things by the book, maybe that's what needs to happen here, because the system, if the system is going to work, it needs to work for everyone. None of us know what happened that night because none of us were there. But it is up to the Commonwealth, who wants to imprison someone for life, to prove all of the elements of the case. And by God, I feel for Ana. And I feel for those 3 little boys who are in state custody. And I don't even know if they're together. And it breaks my heart. But law enforcement needs to do its job, and they need to do it according to the Constitution, because we all have rights and we're guaranteed those rights. And once they start coloring outside the lines and searching outside of warrants and illegally searching and seizing things, it's a very slippery slope. And look what happened to Karen Reed. Karen Reed could be anyone. This case may be a little more obvious to you, but we still have to follow the rules of law and the procedure so that everyone is treated fairly. And that's called due process, right? And of course, justice for Ana. But I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to run my show and my channel assuming that a defendant is guilty because he's sitting in that chair. He may be a scumbag. He may be a con man. He may have been on house arrest for federal charges involving fraud. It doesn't necessarily make him a murderer. And I think that a lot of people feel like, oh, just because the guy is sitting in that chair, he must be guilty. And that's the quickest way to get out of jury duty, by the way. If you raise your hand and you say, oh, well, he's here, so he must be guilty, they will immediately excuse you. And we do know more than what's been shown to the jury. But as of right now, as I sit here right now, I cannot tell you that I am convinced that he actually did this murder. I can say, oh, maybe he snapped. Maybe he found out she was having an affair. Maybe he snapped. Maybe he did this. But you need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that's what happened. And there's a lot of stuff being thrown in here now. Legionnaire's disease. And I'm going to show you the 5-page letter that Ana received about the Legionnaire's outbreak. And this is something we did not know pre-trial. You know, and if they're going to try and show that Brian Walsh used these 2 different devices to search all of this stuff, and all the stuff that I've seen so far goes to cleaning up after Ana was already dead. I haven't seen anything like how to do a murder, how to commit a murder so no one can tell you did it. How, you know, there's nothing showing me anything before she's actually dead. Everything I've seen him search was after, right? And so if they want us to believe that he used 2 different devices to do all of these searches and location data and all of the things, and nobody ever compared the data between the 2 devices to try and get the full story, what does it tell you? Proctor's the lead investigator. We just heard him say that. They don't give a shit, okay? They've been doing this for decades. They don't care. When they think they got their guy, they just want to pit it on their guy and get the conviction. And it's just not the way it's supposed to be. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But please don't come in here and tell me that you can't believe I can't see something. Trust me when I tell you, I have a very analytical mind and I look at everything from all angles. And until they prove to me that he's guilty, I'm not going to sit here and say he's guilty. It's just not the way I run my channel. I'm sorry. Moving on. Now he's talking about the 2 devices and he's going to cross Connor on this. All right, moving on.
They're 2 different devices. They'll be used at 2 different times.
Well, you used 2 different devices, used at 2 different times to compile your location data, didn't you?
Yes, for different days throughout that time frame.
Right. So it's not, the issue isn't 2 different devices, is it? It's the fact that you have 2 different devices operating on the same day. You actually can combine all the activity that happened on device A and with the activity that happened on device B and have a better understanding of what was going on.
I did not compare the 2 devices, sir.
So,
Did anyone? Did Proctor? I can't wait to see what's in Proctor's phone about this case. I can't wait.
I hate to do this, Judge.
Yes,
Go get in the sidebar.
you may.
I can't wait. Can't wait to see what they've got on Proctor because we know his phone extraction is relevant to this case because we've watched the pretrial hearings involving Miles King and Brian Walsh and the other defendants. And those hearings were held together and they were not held in front of Judge Freniere because Judge Freniere had a conflict and she took herself off that issue because the attorney that the Commonwealth hired to represent them in federal court in front of Judge Casper, who now, by the way, has been assigned to Karen Reed's civil case that there's been a notice of removal filed to civil court. Judge Casper, the attorney they hired to represent them in federal court was a mentor of Judge Freniere. And she said, I can't hear this issue. I'm conflicted.
Move around a little bit because we need to do a little work well.
And she did the right thing.
But it's not, but I need to see you out. You can stand up if you want.
The closed captions just said corn. Is she sending the jury out?
Okay, I'll stand up.
Hot Mike, somebody said, okay, I'll stand up. Oh, look at my rant. We didn't lose anything because then there was a sidebar and now we're still in sidebar. So we're in real time, but now we're back. We're all set. Now we're back. We're on outer space. Look upon your face. I should have seen that stupid lock. Shit. What song is that? Why is it in my head? On now go.
Number 169.
Okay. Just don't turn around now.
Then Trooper, you have your exhibit, your product is exhibit 161. You have that.
I will survive. Thank you.
It was the last exhibit.
168.
And may I approach you?
You may.
Well, it's going to be hard. I'm presenting you with what's been marked Exhibit 168,
Okay.
characterized as the call log.
Yes, sir.
We're back to the call log. Everyone smash the like button while
Just so
you're
the
here.
record's clear, 168 and 161 is before the witness right now. Okay, just want to make sure.
Correct.
160.
Yes, 161, 168.
Right.
And the text messages were introduced this morning as Exhibit 169.
Thanks, Night King. Night. Says I get all tingly when you start talking rights. I mean, we got to protect our rights, Kyle, right? Thanks, Kyle. If you don't protect everyone's rights, they aren't rights, right?
I'm going to ask you, Trooper, to look at Exhibit 161, page 2, record 16.
$161, page 2, record 16, sir?
Yes, yes, Trooper.
Okay, yes,
Have that in front of you?
yes,
Is it fair to say that that's one of the references to, that you testified to yesterday, check a flight, JetBlue?
that is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that in Exhibit 169, page 2, dated 12/25/22 at 11:54:05. The top of the page, you see that? Yes. Do you see that, Trooper?
Yes, sorry, yes,
At 11:54:05 a.m., the text message from number 8646 to phone number 7966, there's a message of, I haven't heard from you at all, correct?
correct.
And then I'm going to ask that, Trooper, you look at Exhibit 161 again, that you have, and look at page 2, record number 21.
Yes,
That's an entry at 12:09:24 p.m., and it is one of the searches you testified to yesterday regarding William Fastow, misspelled, William Fastow, DC Real.
correct.
And so then you go down to, I'm going to ask you to continue to look at, now, page 3.
He's going to do what they didn't do. Larry Tipton is going to do what they didn't do. He is going to compare all of the data. Okay, so Brian Walsh is texting Ana, I haven't heard from you at all on Christmas Day, right before noon. And then he goes on the other device or whatever and searches William Fastow because he's trying to find out where his wife is. He's the one who's comparing the data, Larry Tipton. It's taking the defense attorney to do this because the MSP never did it because they're lazy or incompetent or both. You decide.
Of Exhibit 1, continue to look at. Now, page 3 of Exhibit 161 at record 27 at 12:09:28 p.m. Looks like 0.4 of a second. And that is a search entitled William Fastow, DC Real Estate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now I'm going to ask you to look at what was marked as Exhibit 161, the call log, at page 11, record 137, a search dated at timed at 12:15 p.m.
Sir, that was Exhibit 168 as the call log.
Well, I've already messed
Exhibit
it up.
161.
I did. 168. 168.
Okay, I'm going to have to take it out of the binder here. It's stapled.
Take your time, and I apologize.
Tammy says, why would he look up her boyfriend if he knew nothing about the affair? Because he was one of the people she knew in DC. He sold
Okay,
them.
sir, could you go again with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Before he was her boyfriend, he sold them their townhouse in DC. So Brian knew William because he was their real estate broker. It is one of the few people that Ana knew in DC. So Brian knew Fastow because he was sold them that townhouse. It wasn't like he was a stranger. And also, apparently, there's going to be some evidence that Ana told Brian at some point that she had a crush on this guy, Fastow. So we still don't know if he knew about the affair. I told you my thoughts at the beginning of the stream, but it's one of the people that he knew that she knew in DC.
168. At page 11, I'll call it record 137. Time-stamped 12:15?
Yes, 137.
It time-stamped 12:15 p.m., correct?
December 25th, 2022, 12:15 p.m. Yes.
And that, from the call log, that indicates some interaction between the two devices, and that Exhibit 168 has to do with phone ending in 8646 and phone ending in 7966, correct? Assigned to Brian Walsh and Ana Walshe, correct?
Yes.
And there's a 1 minute, 23 second call between those two phones, correct?
Yes. Yes.
We don't know the content, do we?
I do not.
Okay. And then as you continue to proceed in this relevant time period, you go to Exhibit 161 again at page 3, record 35.
This is Christmas Day, you guys. Don't get
Yes.
confused.
And that is a
It's
search
not-
conducted at 12:22:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And the search is Ana Walshe, Tishman Spear. Is that right?
Yes.
Now we get, say on Exhibit 161 for the next 5 requests, 161, page 4, record 43. Timestamp 12:28:57.
Yes.
Search Christmas Day plane crash.
That's correct.
Same exhibit 161, dated 12/25/22, same time period, page 4, record 50. I'm sorry, record. Yeah, I'm right. Record 50.
Would you like to read the content, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Number 50, December 25th, 2022, 12:31 p.m. Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Right.
Cyper.
Now just keep going down. Exhibit 161, 12/25/22, page 4, record 53.
Ana Walshe found dead.
12:45:47, correct?
Yes.
And once again, I think you just told the jury, Ana Walshe found dead. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to go down, the next is Exhibit 161, page 5, record 57, at 12:46:10 p.m.
Yes.
And
I don't think the jury was sent out. I think the jury is there. Led Betterow, can you help us? But I think the jury's still there. She just told them they could stand up and stretch. I don't think they ever left the room. Because she came back and apologized to them for just working out some evidentiary issues at sidebar. I'm pretty sure the jury is there right now.
it's a search for Jeff Chad, C-H-O-D.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 132. Timestamp 12:57 p.m.
Yes.
It indicates a phone call between these two phones
Yes.
that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yes. It's an outgoing call from the device ending in 8646 to the number 7966 Anna New.
Okay, and you don't know what they were talking about, if they were talking at all. You just know that there was a call that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds between those two phones at that time.
Correct.
And then if you go back to, I'm sorry, if we could have page 2 on the exhibit 169 for 12:57:26. And the entry is, as seen on the screen, my flight got canceled driving up. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So just stopping there. Between 11:52, we started with 11:52, exhibit 161. We're now down at the time period of 12:57. Is it fair to say that what looks like is that Ana Walshe, at least Ana Walshe's phone, texted the phone assigned to Mr. Walshe and told and texted, my flight got canceled and I'm driving up?
Yes.
And before that, those texts that you read to the jury, where they're entered, Ana Walshe found dead, are plane crash, correct? The ones you testified to just a moment ago? Those searches, they appear to be searches to see if some harm came to Ana Walshe, correct?
Again, I can read the context. I don't know the content of the search.
But did you consider that in your investigation of the case when you looked at all this data together?
That specific search and text message?
All this data together that you just now told the jury about. Did you look at all that data together at one time like you've just done for the jury and created a context for all of those communications in those 3 different sources of information? Did you ever do that?
What 3? The call log, 3 sources?
Really?
I'm not sure what.
Did you do it?
I've looked at all 3 of them multiple times.
Did you ever look and compare them and see that there were searches that looked like someone was concerned about harm that may have come to Ana Walshe, and then when Ana Walshe texted and said, my flight got canceled, none of those alarming texts occurred?
Objection.
As to the characterization,
Yes.
sustained.
Did you see, I understand. Did you see any other text after the 12:57 text from Ana Walshe's phone saying my flight got canceled driving up? Did you see any text after that where there were any searches about plane crash or is Ana Walshe dead or anything like that? You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I would have to review them again, sir.
Please do. We have the time. They never made a chart. Emily C. would have made a better chart with all the data.
I want to ask you to look at
They never did it.
Exhibit 168.
They didn't do it. Do you find that, does it strain credulity for you that they would fail to compare the text messages with the Google searches and put them in order to see the order of things? Did they ever even check to see if that flight had actually been canceled? Because it wasn't. Emily C. is here and she knows she would have made a good chart out of this. And Connor Keefe is too lazy to even have done it. And in fact, he's acting like he has no idea what Tipton is even asking him. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would I do that? I didn't do that. I mean, I'd have to look at it. I don't really remember.
Beginning at page 11, record number 129. What is that time stamped?
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry, Trooper.
No,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
Do it, Emily, do it.
Sorry, what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
That's
Oh,
okay.
sigh. We have a sigh emoji for that. He's getting exasperated
Do you see
to actually do work.
on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33 second call. That's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes?
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do
If you do not, you can say that.
not see a call.
Do you see a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds. On page 11,
Yes, I do.
and then do you see another call that lasted 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds and 07 seconds? Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Ana Walshe.
I'm not sure what, can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
I thought he said 1 hour.
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
Then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, we'll take a break. There's,
Oh, I think he's got him.
have a nice morning.
All rise, please.
I don't know what he's got him on, but I think he's
Close your
got him on
notebooks.
something.
Follow me.
Look at Connor Keefe's face as he walks off.
Yeah, look at it.
Who did Brian Walsh call for 1 hour and 22 minutes? Then there's a 3 hour and 2 minute call that Connor Keefe says he couldn't find. Then there was a 6 minute call that he couldn't find. And then there's an hour and 27 minute call that I think he couldn't find. And yeah, we can't wait for the break to be over, but we're going to go back and rewind and watch that again, because he says where the calls originated from, but there's missing calls. Something got deleted. Does Larry Tipton have a different extraction? Does Larry Tipton have information from Proctor's phone that is going to fill in the blanks?
The jury and created a context.
Hold on. So there was no searches about plane crashes after Ana texted him, and there was no searches for Ana Walshe dead after Ana texted him, I missed my flight, I'm driving. Okay. And then there's a series of phone calls.
Beginning at page 11, record number 129. What is that time stamped?
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Trooper.
no,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
The jury's taking their morning break, so we have a few minutes. I need to hear this again because you guys are wicked smart and you're going to put it together for me.
Sorry, what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
All of us.
That's okay. Do you see on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33 second call. That's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes?
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do.
If you do not, you can say that.
I do not see a call.
It's
Do
not
you see
there.
a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds? On page 11,
Yes, I do.
and then do you see another call that lasted 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds and 07 seconds? Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Ana Walshe.
I'm not sure what, can you repeat that?
Yes.
He said an hour and then he said a minute. So
Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
he said 1 hour and then he
On
said 1
page
minute.
11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Needs to clear that up after the break.
Have a nice morning.
All rise,
Needs to
please.
clear that up after the break,
Close your
Yellow
notebooks.
Ledbetter, because
Follow
the
me.
first time he asked him that question, he said 1 hour, and the second time he said 1 minute. And so Connor Keefe might try and get out of it. But it seems to me like there's been some calls deleted from this extraction. I'm not quite sure, but we're going to find out because he seems to have a lot of tricks up his sleeve as they put the red handcuffs back on Brian Walsh and lead him out for the morning break. Usually they take about 20 minutes or so. And it is now 11:11. Everybody make a wish. Everybody make a wish. It is 11:11. Those are angel numbers. Last night was the full moon. I hope you all made your affirmation, your positive affirmations during the full moon. This is getting good. This is getting good, isn't it? Thanks, Bethany, for your super chat. We read the badass affirmation earlier this morning. These crossed. You will get there. You're going to do great today. That's what it says. You'll get there. You're going to do great today. NS opinion is, I think they were done. I think he helped her create this Gone Girl. And the kids get the insurance money. Just my opinion. I don't know that anything disposed of is actually her. Interesting point. Wayne says, I'm so glad on this channel he's innocent until proven guilty. As on that other channel, she's got him guilty as anything. Couldn't be bothered watching her as all her voters were in the same. I mean, we like to give people constitutional rights in this chat, my choice. Oh, hi, Julie. My email's fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Scott McGinnis says, they knew Walsh was guilty, got his devices he initially turned over, tore through them far beyond what was allowed in court to get a head start, and then got true warrants for all the rest, and that's cheating. I think I read that earlier, but it was a good comment, so I read it twice. Kathy, thanks for Kazi's Thesaurus this year. Thanks for your 5. Says, I love how Tipton keeps throwing in the word nefarious. So good. Iceman comment, thanks for your 5. Says Mel, I was on one, I guess a jury a while ago, and I learned a ton about the process, and just hearing different viewpoints really helped me. Right. And you can see being on a jury how some people are dead set on one position, and then they are convinced when the people on the jury start to go through the evidence and try and explain their position to other people. Sometimes people get swayed and sometimes they hold their ground. Thanks for serving. Charlie says, Karen Reed, jury foreman, said, we couldn't find her guilty of murder, but had they charged her with manslaughter, the verdict would have been different. Confusing. I don't know if he said the verdict would have been different or some people might have found it a different way. Thank you for your 5 and for tuning in from Australia. Rosie's overruled. Thank you for loving me and for being here for 3 months. And Pierce Williams says, I've been lucky and unlucky enough to have 20 anesthesia naps. They are the best sleep. They are. And I'm sorry about your whatever caused you to have so many procedures under anesthesia. I did not see the Judge Krupp Zoom yesterday, but I would like to. And when Trial Channel puts it up and I can have a clean copy of it, hopefully they will, and I'll be able to see it and play it for and or with you. Not a House defendant said the fake definition of case officer should be memorized by now. Yes, Proctor has entered the chat. Larry Tipton, in case you missed it, ask Connor Keefe, who is the lead investigator in this case? Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor's name is now out there for everyone to see and hear. Gigi said, I literally had a dream that Ana was in Serbia. I guess I need to burn some sage now that the Proctor Nader has been spoken of. I have dreams about these cases all the time. They totally invade my dreams. I get you, girl. Thanks for your 5. And Charlie says, I'm stunned what's currently going on in the U.S. from Australia. Thank you for your 5. Kathy says, Melanie this case reminds me of Jennifer Dulos, similar, but very different. Yes, I agree. Thanks for your 10. Charissa gifted a membership. Thank you, Charissa. Lone Star State, thanks for 5. Says, teach it, girl. Love you with all my heart. Oh, I love you, Beth. I love you more. Teresa says, Melanie, I'm going to need you to say you're all set. Like once an hour. Makes me laugh every time. You are all set. Trooper Keefe, you are all set. Oh, it would be great this time because it would be Mr. Proctor, dishonorably discharged former Trooper Proctor. You are all set. Thanks for your 5. Gypsy Tanya says, preach, girl, preach. This might be an unpopular question, but how many people who are defending the corruption are also related to law enforcement? Dun, dun, dun. Not all law enforcement is bad. Okay. I back the blue 100%. One of my moderators has 25 years on the job from NYPD. I have cops in my family. I back the blue 100%. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. But I know what you're saying. I think about the other case that we've followed extensively and the people who are defending law enforcement on, such as the social media. Thanks for tuning in from Canada and for your super chat, Tanya. Gigi gifted 5 memberships. You're amazing. In order to get a gifted membership, it is randomly distributed by YouTube. They are. You need to be opted in. And so you need to be opted in. And someone can explain to you how to do that because I don't remember. Something about clicking next to your name, the 3 dots, and opting into gifted memberships. And Deborah Guzman is here, and she gifted 5 memberships. Also, a lot of new members today. Welcome. Welcome. How do you gift memberships? Well, if you're on your phone, you click that $ at the bottom. I have an iPhone, so I'm not sure what kind of phone you have. But usually it's like in with the super chats, and then you can gift memberships, I think, or somebody maybe can help Krista Ray, because now that I look there, I can't, well, because I'm also the owner of this channel, so I'm not sure how it works. But I think it's in there with where the super chats are. Thank you for asking. Thanks for being here for 9 months. And Kyle says, my last surgery was on my spine. I was awake, surreal. Oh, that's so scary. Spinal surgery is so risky. Glad you're okay. Broken Butterfly became a new member. Welcome. And not a house defendant says, Trooper, this is going to happen. Everything. Run, Trooper, run. This is going to happen. Everything. Is that a typo? This is going to ruin everything. Thanks, Karen Sue, for becoming a new member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's good and bad in every profession, right? Lawyers, doctors, priests, law enforcement. Yep. Can I cover the Carly Gregg appeal brief one day? One day. One day. When I have, this trial is going to go on for, I don't know how long, maybe 3 weeks. It's hard for me to do multiple shows a day when I'm here for 7 hours at a time, but I know that you guys want to hear about other stuff too. Today, we're going to get a break because this case is going to only go until 1 o'clock today. And then we are going to pivot over to Aidan Carney's hearing. And I also have Mark Bettero's reply brief, which we will read after the hearing with all the hyperlinks of Olivia, because I don't think they're going to be arguing. They're not going to be arguing the mega motion today. So we can read Mr. Bettero's reply brief after the hearing, which I don't expect will be very long. It is scheduled as a status hearing, and they are not usually very long, but who knows? It also in the oh wait, you know what? Let me go to the docket today, because when I looked it up on mass courts, it had Krupp as the judge, but I thought the judge was changed. So hold on a second. Let me see if they've got the new judge on the daily calendar. Oh, please. It has been pushed to 2:15 from 2 o'clock, according to mass courts. And on the daily calendar, it has Judge Krupp, but I thought there was a new judge assigned to that case. And so I'm confused, but I guess we'll see when we get there. And so we will be tuning into that one at 2 for a 2:15 conference. But you don't have to worry about that, because when we end this stream, it's going to teleport you over to the Carney stream. Thanks, KS Granny 4, for becoming a member. Yes, we got hyperlinks. We got hyperlinks, Jessica. Christmas has come early. Okie dokie says, I'm refreshing my iced coffee. Melanie, have you ever tried Maxwell House Instant to make your iced coffee? No. No, I'm a Dunkin' girl. I buy Dunkin' ground coffee and I make iced coffee that way. I make buckets of it at a time, well, pitchers of it at a time. There's supposed to be a new judge, but I will show you the daily list for today's hearings, and it has Krupp assigned according to the daily list. If you've never seen a daily list before, here's what it looks like. This is a list of all the cases happening in the courtroom. It is posted every day on the court website because I wouldn't lie to you. And here it is, 2:15 hearing, conference to review status, 2:15, Aiden Carney. We know it's Zoom only, but it says Krupp. And it's actually got it listed twice for some reason. I don't know. Oh, because it's two different. It's the 2025 case, the window intimidation case, and the 2023 case against in which the House defendants are the alleged victims. And they've put up a billboard by Gillette Stadium, and they are taking donations for their. Thank you, though. Okie dokie. I don't know. I don't know. Something about Maxwell House that I'm not a fan. I'm very particular about the kind of coffee that I drink. And I do like Dunkin' better than Starbucks. I find Starbucks to be very bitter. Mia, 1831. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming into the VIP level of membership. Do you notice how my levels of membership are all based on like concert tickets? Because that's, I think in music, I think in song lyrics. And so Mia became a VIP. We also have a backstage pass. Maybe backstage pass is the highest. General admission, backstage pass, VIP. I don't even remember anymore. Some people like Folgers. Gigi says, just for informational purposes, if you're kicked off someone's stream, does that mean you are kicked off your stream too? Just asking for a friend. No, I don't know what you mean. If you're kicked off another creator's stream, has nothing to do with my channel. My channel is my channel, my chat, my choice. Would hate to not be able to see you. No, my chat, my choice. And my mods, I back my mods up 100%. So they take care of that, not me. Gigi, thanks for your 10. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who kicked you out, but what other people do has no effect on what I do or what my mods do. So there's that. Lavazza is also a great coffee. Kind of hard to find around here sometimes. And so sometimes I just go into Dunkin' or have DoorDash deliver me ground coffee from Dunkin'. That's actually what I do, to be honest. TBH. All right, it's 11:23. Where are we? Come on, chop, chop. We got another hearing to cover. Brian says, Brian's barber. His real name is David. He says, this is what happens when the DA tries to hide the lead investigator. You get cops trying to testify to work that they didn't do. Right. Everybody smash the like button, share the stream out, do all the things the algorithm likes. You know what they are. Yes, Dunkin' Donuts is headquartered in Massachusetts. I think we found that out, Mitchell. Some people like Tim Hortons. We just had Tim Hortons never existed here on Long Island until very recently, actually. I think it's regional, and it was not really well known around here. People say they have great donuts, but I don't know. Scott McGinnis also coming in with so many hot comments, says, what is also strange, this case stands upon a pedestal of forensic data extraction, but in cases they are covering up, like Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore, none of the data is reliable. It's not. And I've been screaming this into this microphone, Scott, you know, because you've been here the whole entire time. And I've been bringing up Brian Walsh every time they tried to say that the Celebrite data in the Karen Reed case was inaccurate and the 227 cert didn't happen at 227. I said they're going to have a problem in Brian Walsh because the Brian Walsh case rests in a lot of ways on his Google searches. And how can you say in Karen Walsh, Celebrite is not accurate, but then say in Brian Walsh's case, Celebrite is accurate? And I have a feeling Larry Tipton's going to get into that. And I'm here for it. She just says, cool, I've not been kicked out yet, but some new creators need to be checked. I plan to do that. Go on, girl. Can you link or show your daily affirmation cards? Yeah, I did. I showed it earlier. You will get there. You're going to do great today. That's the today's card. Every day when I pull one out, the badass affirmation of the day, I usually show them on the screen. So there you go. There you go. Or what do you mean? You want me to show you what they look like so you can buy some? Oh, yeah, I could do that. Hang on. Where's the deck? I think I'm picking up what you're laying down. I think you can get them on Amazon. Affirmations for a badass. Maybe I should put them on my Amazon list, which is below in the show notes. These are a gift to me. So if I locate the link, I will put them on my Amazon list. Thank you, Susan. Susan Cons 57 for becoming a new member. Scott McGinnis again with some more hot tea. People need to understand there is the Massachusetts State Police, and then there are the select hand-picked troopers that are taken into the DA's offices and made detectives. Two different things. That's right. They got to get the friendlies in there. Thanks, Andy, for becoming a member. And yes, Sally O'Malley, that was Molly Shannon from SNL. One of the greatest sketches ever. Going a little long on the 11 o'clock break, although this is a much nicer fan. And a very historical courtroom with beautiful molding and beautiful coffered ceilings. It is the exact courtroom in which Sacco and Vanzetti were tried in 1920. Oh, thank you, Stormy. Stormy said, I only used my phone the other day during Brian Walsh's trial. You mentioned the $25 earbuds. Please email me. Okay, and I'll do better for you. What I will do for you is I'm going to link the earbuds that I like to this stream. So hang on for 1 second. Oops. They're JLab. They were on sale, I think, for $19.99. And so I don't like to buy Apple headphones because I find that I lose them and they're expensive and I'm cheap. So I have found a good dupe. They also come in a lot of cool colors, which I like. So they're JLab tones. I'm going to link them to the stream right now so that you'll have the link. Hold on. JLab tones, they are called. And they were on sale for $19.99. They are now attached to the stream. So there you go. There you go. You're welcome. Thank you, Bud Brown, for becoming a member at the VIP level. You're a VIP now. How does it feel? Do you feel good? They're back.
You are unmuted.
JB Guthrie says, no, a phone does not ping if it's turned off. Thank you, JB. You're fine. Oh, the protein bars that I eat, these are them, pure protein. This is the wrong flavor. I like chocolate peanut butter. Protein
I
bars.
just had an opportunity. I know it's maybe not relevant to the inquiry that's going on right now, but Attorney Porges, your records are good. He wrote 76, 85, 119, and 136. Almost memory is correct too. They all go to Verizon or AT&T records, so we can talk about that more later. Anybody need anything before I bring in the jury?
Does that mean I can explore it more with them?
No, it doesn't. It just puts the record more precisely as to why, but there may be others that you can explore that with. All right?
Lipstick on point.
I actually don't get it, Judge.
Judge.
You don't what?
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand the rulings. I don't.
All right, well, you can make your pitch.
So you're telling us that I can't explore getting further search warrants to go back 1225 with this witness?
I think you can with regard to his sort of, I'll call it area of expertise. But that's not what you really want, right?
You mean with the Verizon records?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, as I look through back to go through, I mean, I think you have to have the filter that I'm placing right now is you have to have a good faith basis for all your questions, both sides. This, I won't call him an expert, but this trooper's expertise, as is revealed by those search warrants, is in a particular narrow focus. Now, you set the foundation for some broader thing, maybe Ken, I don't know, making reasonable inferences from what I know about the case, then I may permit it. But with this witness, and there may be other witnesses to include Trooper Proctor.
Ding, ding, ding. Call him.
Seems like Trooper Guarino had a slightly different role than even Trooper Keefe.
Call him back.
So I think there are proper inquiries or proper individuals that you might be able to make these inquiries to some depth. I don't think this is one of them.
I understand the question.
Based on the record that's before me, you can ask probing questions if you wish, and you know something that I don't. Again, I'm the consumer of the evidence, just like the jury in that regard. And I certainly do have a lot of learning from the time that I've spent on this case, but on what I know right now, I don't think it's a proper line of inquiry.
I understand the court's ruling.
All right. Let's bring it back in.
He was kind of dissing Connor Keefe a little bit, right?
All rise. Jurors entering.
She was kind of dissing him a little bit, like he's not an expert. I mean, this is outside his area of expertise based on what he's saying. They are allowed to recall Guarino if they need to in their case in chief. And they are, Proctor's on the witness list for the defense. Commonwealth said, no, hell no, we're not calling him. But that was interesting. He wants to inquire about whether or not they could get additional warrants with regard to Verizon and AT&T, I think.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
She said expertise, not expert. She said it's outside the expertise, but she did say the word expert as well, I thought. It was hard to hear.
You may proceed.
Thank you. First, I'm going to apologize, but would you tell us, Trooper, that Exhibit 168, the call, that call log is arranged beginning at late dates going to early dates, correct? It starts at January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, it starts January 3rd, 2023 to December 25th, 2022.
And all of the other two documents that we're using, the Exhibit 169 and 161, those all start with the earlier dates and proceed, correct?
Yes, those are in ascending. This one looks like it's descending order.
It's inverted.
Okay.
That was too easy.
So now that I understand that, hopefully I won't confuse you. So here we go. So now, starting with Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 129, occurring at 1:40.10 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And it was a call that originated on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Yes, it was an outgoing call to the number ending in 7966. Anna knew.
Okay. Staying on that document, page 11, record 126, time stamped at 3:02:37 p.m. There's a call that lasted 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
Correct.
And once again, it originated from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
Now go to page 10, record number 124. An event happening at 4:11:06 p.m. there's a call that lasted 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Correct.
Now, that call originated from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, correct?
Yes, that is an incoming call.
Are you aware of the fact, based on your involvement in the case, that Ana Walshe, her flight was canceled and she wound up driving up from DC to Cohasset?
On December 25th, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that during this time frame that we've just talked about, these 3 calls, that's when Ana Walshe is driving from DC to Cohasset?
Yes, that could be inferred from that.
So it appears from these records that during this time frame, that after her flight's canceled, her phone is texting, the phone is signed to Brian Walsh saying, my flight was canceled, I'm on my way. That they're having no less than 3 phone calls between themselves, between their phones, as she drives up
Yes.
to Cohasset. And then, if you can, look at the screen, and I'm referring to page 2, and the text time-stamped 6:37:46 p.m. on 12/25. It looks like Ana Walshe, or the phone assigned to her, texts, I'm an hour and a half left.
Correct.
And then as you continue on Exhibit 169, at page 3, time-stamped 7:26:02, it appears that that phone texts an image of a car to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
Or at least the phone assigned to him. And the photo looks like it's a photo of a Porsche.
Yes.
And now if you refer to Exhibit 161 at page
Wait a second. Look at
14.
Look at, well, I'm gonna zoom in on this. This is a Porsche, but look at when it says, where it says red, and tell me if I am reading this wrong. It says 12/25/20. The year on this is 12/25/20. Am I missing something here? This was 2022. I don't know. Anyone?
Record 193, timestamped 8:28:12 p.m.
193, sir?
Yes.
How could it be a misprint if it's from a phone extraction? I don't know. Weird. Oh, maybe it was cut off. 22. Oh, I don't know.
Yes, okay.
That's one of those Autobahn searches, correct?
Correct.
Where it appears that someone's looking for a luxury car, or at
Yes.
least searching the Autobahn for a car.
Yes.
Oh, the 2022 was below it? Okay.
If we go now to Exhibit 169, and we're looking at page 3, we see a text that timestamped 10:34:50 p.m.
Yes.
And it involves a property listing at Zillow.
Correct.
And if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, all of those texts encompassing page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they continue to be texts regarding Zillow postings for property, correct?
Yes, they all appear to be text sent from the number ending in 7966, assigned to Ana Walshe, to 8646 about properties.
And those
Okay, so if you look at this one, though, it's all on the same line, 12/25/2022. People were telling me that on the other text we just looked at, it said 20, but then the 22 was on the next line. I don't know. It's just something that I picked out because I'm into details. Okay, moving on.
Properties are all situated in or around the greater DC area or Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, officer, from your involvement in this case, about what time Ms. Walsh arrived in Cohasset when she drove up from DC?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I do not know.
If I told you that she arrived sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the evening, does that sound accurate to you based on your review of all the data?
Sounds reasonable.
So it would appear that all these Zillow listings we just referred to that are occurring sometime around 10:30 p.m. on 12/25 through 10:58, it appears that he's already home. Ana Walshe is already back home, and she's texting on her phone to a phone assigned to Brian Walsh. All of these listings, correct?
Yes.
So the listings were texted after she was already home.
Now we're
Christmas Day.
referring you to what's been marked Exhibit 168, the call log. I'm going to refer you to record number 114 at page 10. And it shows that there was some type of phone connection for 5 minutes and 19 seconds between the phone assigned to Ana Walsh and Brian Walsh, and to the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Correct.
And we can go down and just follow that on page 9, record number 112. We see a 36-minute phone call between the phones assigned to Ana Walsh and Brian Walsh. Correct?
Correct.
Once again, you don't know what the content of the phone call was, but that's what it appears, that there was a 36-minute phone call between them.
Yes.
And we continue to go down. Page 9, record 106. Now there's a 21-minute phone call, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on Exhibit 161. Now we're on a different date. We're on the next date. December 27th of 2022. I'm going to refer you to record number 316, page 22. You recognize that entry on Exhibit 161?
What was the page number, sir? Sorry, I put the 168 down.
That's fine. Page 22, record number 316.
Okay.
You see that?
I do.
It occurred at 6:57:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's that reference you were asked on direct examination yesterday, that reference to all my exes, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day, and now we're looking at Exhibit 168, the call log. We're going to refer you to page 9 and ask you to look at record 104. They begin a series of phone calls, 3 phone calls, 10 minutes and 43 seconds, 1 minute and 1 second, a third one, 26 minutes and 21 seconds, all originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, Ana Walsh. Do you need me to tell you exactly what the records are? I apologize.
Yeah, could you go again with the record number, sir?
Yes. 104,
Okay.
102, and 100.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then there is at record 98 on page 8, 98 at page 8, there's a 23-minute phone call.
Correct.
And that originated from the phone assigned to Ana Walsh.
Correct.
Now, I want to refer you to now the text messaging that's been entered as Exhibit 169 at page 7, and it's timestamped 10:59:32 a.m. And it appears that the phone assigned to Ana Walshe texts, when can they have the thing signed? Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And immediately following that, in the call log, Exhibit 168, is a phone call that lasts 6 minutes from the phones assigned to Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe. And it originated from Ana Walshe's phone, didn't it not?
I'm just checking the call log now, sir.
You see that?
I see the text, but I don't see the specific call you were referring to in the call log, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give you page 8,
Yep.
record number 96,
Okay, Bob.
time stamped at 11:05:17 a.m.
Motions and Lemonade thinks this trial is boring. Have you been watching today?
Page 8, 98 on this one has a different time and date, sir.
All right, what is it? Just tell the jury what it is.
This one is December 27, 2022, 10:41 a.m. That's number 98. on
Okay.
This one.
And it lasts for 23 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yes.
Go on down to now, page 8, record number 96 on the same exhibit, 11:05:17 a.m. A phone call that lasts 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Correct.
Now, we're going to jump down a little bit, and at exhibit 169, the text messages on page 8, a text message timestamped at 6:36:44. There's a text that reads, "Did they sign?"
Yes, I see that.
And then you see a text following that, the very next text, timestamped at 6:39 p.m. in exhibit 169. And it looks like it originates from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe. And she says, "I emailed Stephen to see if he helped with the paperwork," correct?
Yes.
And then as we go through these text messages, the next text message is the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. "She said they signed." That's the text message.
Yes.
Then the same phone texts immediately thereafter, "Let's get this deal done."
That's correct.
And then there's a text from Ana Walshe, apparently, or the phone assigned to her immediately thereafter. "Did she text you?" You see that?
Yes, I do.
Then the phone assigned to Brian Walshe says yes. And then the next text is on page 10 at 6:39:36. Ana Walshe texts, at least her phone does, "I didn't see it."
Yes, correct.
And then a few seconds later, that phone texts, "Great."
Yes.
And then that same phone assigned to Ana Walshe at 6:40 texts, "Let me have Stephen confirm and I'll Venmo them."
Yes, correct.
And then there's a text that says, "Great," from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. Then immediate text about an hour and a half later that says, "Hello." And that's at page 11 on exhibit 169 at 8:03:04.
Correct. Yes.
So based on your investigation and based on your review of this data, that series of texts where they're talking about a deal and Venmo and everything else, it appears to you, doesn't it, that they were involved in the sale of property or something? Is that fair to say?
It appears they were looking at.
Conclusion.
There's an
Oh,
objection.
withdrawn.
You can answer.
It appears they were looking at properties and possibly have sold the property or something based off those text messages.
Did you, as one of the investigators in the case, did you have any assignment to go try to explore what this sale was?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Trooper. You're assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of other troopers that are assigned to that office specifically to investigate serious felonies. allegations of serious felonies, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that, I think earlier in cross-examination testimony, you said that you collaborated, you talked to each other, you
Correct.
shared information, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you share information amongst your fellow troopers that are assigned to the district attorney's office is so you can all learn more about the case and make a better understanding of what the data means and what the information you're getting might be, correct?
Yeah, we collaborate, share information about any investigation going on.
Based on your collaboration with your fellow troopers in connection with this case, are you aware of any one of your fellow troopers assigned to investigate this case that ever went out and tried to determine the nature of that sale of property that we just went through based on the information that's in these 3 different sources of information?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what the sale of property was?
I don't know the details of it.
Do you know where the property was that was sold?
I believe the North Shore somewhere.
Do you know how much it involved?
I do not.
Do you know whose name that property was in?
I do not.
Do you know where the proceeds went, the proceeds of the sale went?
No, sir.
Okay.
They didn't collaborate. Did they collaborate or not? One hand doesn't know what the other one is doing.
I want to ask you, refer to Exhibit 169 on the screen. It'll be at page 11, a text timestamped at 8:03:04 p.m. And there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that says, hello.
Yes.
It's followed by a text that says, from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, phone died.
Correct.
There's a text that immediately follows that, indicates a screenshot of a phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a text that immediately follows, literally, that's the word that's used. And that's coming from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe.
Yes.
And then a text that follows about 2 minutes later, coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, where he simply says hello.
Yes.
Then an immediate text after that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Do you need a new phone?
Correct.
And then there is that text where it appears at 6:18:55 a.m. at page 14 on Exhibit 169, where Brian Walsh, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, is texting location data to 1001 Connecticut Avenue, northwest, a Verizon store.
Yes, it appears to be an address to a Verizon store.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little bit before, right?
Right, yes.
But now we have it in context, don't we? We realize that there's text going back between these phones of Ana Walsh's phone seems to not be working right, and then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh finds the location of the store and sends it.
Yes.
And if you just keep going down those texts, the next text, the phone assigned to Ana Walsh, she says, thank you, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're changed to the next date, 12/28/22. We're looking at Exhibit 169, and there's a series of texts that begin at 7:10:59 a.m. on page 14, and the phone assigned to Ana Walsh says, "Will work from home today," correct?
Correct.
And then there's a text that follows 3 minutes later from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Feel better."
Correct.
And I mean, from reading those texts, it would suggest that Ana Walsh wasn't feeling well and she was working at home, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a text immediately thereafter from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh saying, "Let me get the boys ready." Correct?
Yes.
She said she
As we
wasn't feeling
scroll through
well.
these texts, the text at page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m., there's a text comes from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Love you." Correct?
Could you scroll down a little further, please?
Page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And then immediately thereafter, there is a text, page 16, immediately following that text, coming from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, and she says, love, or the phone says, love you too.
Correct.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, I will get you a plunger, correct?
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, and a Porsche.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Ana Walsh says, haha.
Correct.
Then Ana Walsh phone says, thank you.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says they both start with P.
Correct.
Do you think that phone is referring to the Porsche and the plunger?
Yes, sir.
And then Ana Walsh, the phone anyway, responds, I'll take care of the plunger. You just get the Porsche, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a couple of texts back and forth saying, ha ha, ha ha, right?
Yes.
Immediately thereafter, at about an hour and a half later, same exhibit, 169, page 20, at 9:26:13 a.m., from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, there's a screenshot of a Porsche, correct?
Yeah, it appears to be a vehicle. I don't know if it's a Porsche or not, sir.
Okay. And then there's a second text and another screenshot. And can you tell if it's of a Porsche?
Don't believe so based off the picture.
Okay. Then at 9:30, on 12/28, page 21, still the text, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says hello.
Correct.
And about 3 hours later, the phone assigned to Ana Walsh texts back, fix the phone.
Correct.
She then continues, her phone does, SIM card died. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump down to the next text at Exhibit 169, page 22, timestamp 3/22/23, and it contains 3 more images of property, correct?
Could you scroll down, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then there's a text of 3 movies being sent from the phone assigned to Ana Walsh. It's 3 movies, and if you can read the related data to those movies, does it indicate to you, based on your experience as a forensic digital specialist, that those movies have to do with the property postings?
Yes, could you scroll up a little, please? Just, okay, yeah, so they're attachments to a text, yes.
Okay. And then, right at the same time, there is a reference made to 3 family brownstone from the phone assigned to Ana Walsh, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then what happens is, on the call log, Exhibit 168 at page 6, record 66, there's a phone call between the phones assigned to Ana Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Record 66, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when we go back to Exhibit 69, right in the same time frame, now there's text being exchanged between the phones assigned to Ana Walsh and Brian Walsh, including a text, looks good, then 1 minute. And the phones continue to text. And then there's another phone call that we can find at Exhibit 168, page 6, record 64. And it's a phone call between the phones assigned to them. So those phones are communicating together. I mean, we don't know what they're saying, right?
Correct.
And then if you go back to the text, we're still on the same day, 12/28. Now there's text about, from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, then the numbers work. It's a timestamp 3/50/19.
Yes.
Now there's a couple of phone calls that immediately follow that text. Phone calls between the phones assigned to Ana Walshe and
Tipton is trying to show that they were making future plans together, that they were looking for property together, that he wanted to buy her a Porsche, that she was not going to leave him, and that he did not have any indication that she was going to leave him, that he did not want to divorce her, that they had a loving marriage, and that they had future plans together, and therefore he didn't kill her. He's also trying to point out that the MSP did a shoddy investigation because they didn't try and connect all the data. He's trying to show confirmation bias. They thought they had their guy, and so that was it. They didn't need to do anything further. That's what he's trying to show. I see that there's some confusion in the chat. Like, please help, please explain this to me.
that's from Exhibit 168, first at page 6, record 62.
Yes, sir.
And then page 5, record 60.
Yes.
Then what happens? Same day, 1228. On the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 5, record 56, there is a 21-minute, 47-second phone call between the two phones assigned to Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe.
Yes, incoming call from 7966, assigned to Ana Walshe.
And then about 30 minutes later, another phone call, this time originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, that's for 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes.
If you continue to scroll through the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 169, and I want to refer to page 30 and the text message timestamped 11:18 a.m., 11:18:10 a.m. You see the text coming from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe said, it's incoming soon at 199K.
I do.
And the next text is, had 2 bathrooms, good shape.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, offer 195K.
Yeah.
Response from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, probably. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Then immediately thereafter, a text that says, let's see what TJ says.
Yes.
And then there's a series of texts that immediately follow. Okay. Then there's another Zillow posting. We're now at page 32 of Exhibit 169. And then there's a specific reference from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. They paid $80,000 in 2015. Correct?
Yes.
And there's a second text, assessment at 4. What's that text say? At 11/21/31, page 32.
Assessment at 120K, 120K.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It sounds like the communications going on between these two phones is talking about the possible purchase of a new property, right?
Yes.
And that Zillow reference in Exhibit 169 at page 32 at 11/19/54, that Zillow reference is a property in DC, isn't it?
Okay. I've been waiting to see this. 12/29/22 is when they were sending these messages back and forth. 12/29/22. So 2 days before New Year's Eve.
Yes.
And then scrolling down to page 33, 11/21/50, we see a text, zesting at 175K.
Yes.
And what does zesting mean? Do you have any idea?
The estimate of the property.
Okay. And then the next text is our unit is really 1820 square feet.
Correct.
All right, may we approach?
Yes?
Why? Why do you need to approach? Are you getting upset that they are, that Larry Tipton is pointing out with methodical precision how the Commonwealth is kind of cherry picking and sort of misrepresenting the evidence? Zesting. There's usually a zestimate on Zillow. Zillow will give a zestimate of what they think the property is worth. I find it to be oftentimes off, but I think that's what they were talking about. But Keefe, again, is he going to now try and guess because he doesn't want to look stupid or incompetent? We need to approach because this evidence is damning for our case. Ding, 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 ding. A lot of people are saying, I don't think Brian should take the stand now. I don't know. I think the jury's going to want to hear from him what happened and why he freaked out. But there was another great comment here that I starred that says, Kay in Maine, if I got caught selling fake Warhols and then my spouse dies in his sleep, not sure what I would do. But if I lived in Norfolk County, I might panic that I would have murder charges too.
As we continue with this series of texts, now we're on December 29th, page 33 of Exhibit 169. At 11:21:59, the phone assigned to Ana Walshe text, and this one as well.
Yes.
The next text from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, 1320 above ground, 500 under.
Correct.
Do you have any idea what the reference or the context is for that text? 1320 above ground, 500 under.
The possible square footage of the property?
Okay. And then the next text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Let's see how much work it needs. You see that?
Yes.
Then there's a text, are they renting it out?
Yes.
Then the next text, makes sense to take it down hard. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And then
I'm sure Greg Connor's objection was, Your Honor, this is cumulative. He keeps reading the same stuff over and over. And his argument probably was, no, it's not, because these are all different text messages, different dates and times. They're talking about it a lot. It's all in evidence. I'm going to read every single thing that I want to. My client's facing life in prison. And yes, it is a Hoff day, H-O-F-F day, April. I was going to put that in my title. And then I thought a lot of people might not get the reference of Hoff day. But that is what Judge Cannone used to say, Hoff day, yeah, until 1, yes.
does it sound like to you, based on your investigation in this case, that there's a discussion going on about possibly buying a new property in or around the DC area?
Yes.
I want to go forward now to Exhibit 161. I'm going to focus you to page 54, record 804, occurring at 9:13:47 p.m. And there's a reference once again to the Mazda building in Washington. Oh, I'm sorry.
$804, sir?
Yes, record 804 at page 54.
Yes.
And Exhibit 161.
Correct, yes.
Then returning now to the text of Exhibit 169 on 12:30, page 40, a text occurring at 6:01:24 a.m. from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Flight on time? Question mark.
Yes.
From the phone assigned to Ana Walsh. Hi.
Yes.
Phone assigned to Ana Walsh. Next text so far.
Correct.
Next text, yes, from Ana Walsh's phone.
Correct.
Next text from Ana Walsh's phone. Boarding now.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Great.
Correct.
Next text from Ana Walshe, signed, ha.
Correct.
Then the next text immediately following that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, did you get test? And then the next immediate text that follows is the word rest.
Yes, correct.
Does it appear to you that the texter intended to say, did you get rest, and change text to rest?
Objection to conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay.
He's an investigator.
Then the next text is awake early, I see, and that comes from the phone assigned to Ana Walsh.
Correct.
And
This is to show that usually she was in communication with him when she was getting on her flight, when she was getting to the airport, when she was taking off on time. She was usually in communication with him, which explains why he was so worried and searching Ana Walsh is dead, I think, in their mind, when she was not in communication with him on Christmas Day until something like 1 p.m. And she was not feeling well, also to show both of those things.
at page 43 in Exhibit 169, the phone assigned to Ana Walshe simply says a little. And then that phone says, it was a big Thursday night. Do you see those texts?
I do, sir.
And those are at 6:02 a.m. on December 30th.
Correct.
As you scroll down to the text dated 12/30/22 at page 46, a text at 12:07 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone of Ana Walshe, and it includes 2 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the photographs are blurred, but based on your review, do these photographs include pictures of a female and a young child?
They did.
And the response from the phone assigned to Brian Wall says, looking good.
That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, I should say not immediately, but 3 minutes later, a text coming from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, and it includes another photo of, if you know, a female and a young child.
Correct.
And then a text from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, hanging out hard.
Correct.
If we move down to the text at 49, page 49, timestamped 1:26:49 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone assigned to Ana Walshe, and it appears to be a movie. Do you see that? It's timestamped 1:26:49 p.m.
Hold on 1 second, sir.
Sure.
Yes, there appears to be a movie attachment.
Okay, a movie attachment. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I should have been more clear. And then we see in the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 2, record number 20, record number 18, record number 16, they're all on page 2. We see a series of phone calls between the phones assigned to Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe. Do you see that? It's at all on page 2, records 20, 18, and 16.
Yes, I see those, sir.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 169 at the relevant time period, about an hour later, at page 50, there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe that contains 7 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, and I understand that the photographs are blotted out, but if you recall, they're photographs of a woman and a boy.
Yes, sir.
So what we have here, and what you've just described to the jury, is when we put all the data together from primarily 3 sources: the call log, the text messages, and the data from the work you did in extracting the data from the iPhone. We see that all of those data, when looked at, they help frame a picture of communications about buying property and selling property, shopping for a Porsche, trading pictures between each other, all in the time period encompassing December 25th, leading up to December 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
This shows communication between Brian and Ana Walshe from December 25th through December 30th. We only went to the 30th, sir.
And to be fair, it shows communication between phones, data.
Yes.
time.
Text message, phone calls, communication between those two devices during that time period.
Trooper Keefe, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there's no such thing called iMessenger?
What do you mean?
Okay. You're familiar with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And Facebook has a communication or texting act associated with it, and it's called Messenger, correct?
Facebook Messenger, correct?
It's not called iMessenger.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And then you're familiar with text messaging that originated with Apple, and it's referred to as iMessage, right?
Yes.
And it's not referred to as iMessenger, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it is possible, isn't it, to receive Facebook Messenger postings on someone's phone from someone's Facebook account if that person, the holder of the Facebook account, permits that person to see their Facebook Messenger communications.
Depends where you got the data from, sir.
Okay. You did not find anything on the Apple iPhone 13 mini of any Facebook Messenger postings between Ana Walshe and a person named William Fastow.
Specifically Facebook Messenger
Yes.
between those two? On the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
You did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone mini between Ana Walshe and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
I would have to see the document, sir.
Oh, please. Facebook messages between Ana Walshe and a guy named Michael Redmond. Hold on a second. Who's he? Who's Michael Redmond? Wait.
I would have to see.
December, and a man between, on that iPhone mini, between Ana Walshe and a man named,
Gotta go back and listen.
Not that I recall.
you did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone mini between Ana Walshe and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
Christmas
I would
Day.
have to see the documents, sir.
Right on. I don't think they looked for Facebook messages with Fastow because remember Fastow said he didn't give them any. He only printed up what he wanted them to see.
I think I'm going to have to come aside. Please. I think I'm going to have to come aside.
Okay. Why don't we go?
I don't think they looked for Facebook Messenger messages. Remember, Fastow was a little, he was a little bit he didn't really want to answer that question. He was a little wishy-washy on that question about whether or not they ever communicated on Facebook Messenger. And we were like, why is he being so cagey about answering that question? Who the hell's Michael Redmond? I don't know. But what I think Larry Tipton might have found something between Fasto, because he said he doesn't remember them communication. I don't know, but I think Larry Tipton has some stuff up his sleeve here. Yes, we will be starting a new stream at 2 p.m. for the Turtle Boy hearing. When I end this, it will take you over there. You don't even have to do a thing. Larry Tipton is a private attorney who does still take public defender cases. This, for him, is a case as a public defender. If you don't, in case you don't know, I'm not sure the public defenders in Massachusetts still on strike, but many of them have been on strike. Most all of them have been on strike because they are only making something like $65 an hour. And they were on strike because they want more money. And I too think they should be paid more money. And so there were hundreds of cases that have been dismissed because the defendants could not be appointed public defenders very recently in Massachusetts. They're still on strike. Right on. Union strong. They don't have a union, but.
So may I approach you?
You may.
They have a union. But Walsh is very
Can I ask you,
lucky.
Trooper, have you seen that in your examination of the iPhone Mini 13? If you haven't, that's fine.
I can't tell what device this was extracted from, sir.
So it is fair to say, though, that when you examined the iPhone Mini, you never saw any communications involving Ana Walshe and William Fasto, correct? On the iPhone Mini.
Any communication whatsoever under
Between the two of them.
specific application? This was the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Can you clarify? I'm not sure what
Facebook Messenger.
you're asking.
On the iPhone Mini that
Cor-
we've been talking about today. And I thought you just answered it. You did not see any communications between Ana Walshe and William Fasto first, let's say, with Facebook Messenger.
Not that I recall.
And of course, one of the, well, before I ask that question, so you don't recognize.
This what you just handed me? I can't authenticate where this came from. I don't know what device it came from. I can't speak to that.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it? They did their own
Full marks for
extraction.
identification. Are we at K?
No.
They got their own expert. They got funds
All
from
right.
the court to get an expert. They did their own extraction,
Thank
and they
you.
found a bunch of stuff that MSP didn't find, didn't want to find, or hid. Take your pick.
So
Seems like that anyway. I could be
now,
predicting
look,
the
you said
future.
to my question, you said, I don't recall if you saw communications on the iPhone Mini between Ana Walshe and William Fasto using Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
You don't recall.
I don't.
Of course, in the nature of this case and the fact that you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, if in fact you found messaging that was between Ana Walshe and William Fasto on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That'd be pretty important stuff, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and I asked you a very simple question, did you see any Facebook Messenger messages between Ana Walshe and William Fasto? You said, I don't recall. But that'd be right, that's what you said.
Yes.
You would agree that's pretty important. That would be pretty important evidence if you found that on that phone, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that with regards to Apple iMessage, the text message, you didn't find any iMessages appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, iMessages between Ana Walshe and William Pastor, correct?
No.
No iMessages between Ana and William
And of
Fastow.
course,
The only ones that they have are the ones that Fastow provided them with. That's interesting. Huh.
context of this. That would be pretty important evidence. If you found any communications, whatever form, on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, communications between Ana Walshe and William Fastow, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And the other thing you did not find is any evidence of deleted messages using Facebook Messenger on the iPhone, the Mini.
I would have to take a look, sir. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but once again, that software you use, whether it be Celebrite or Magnet Gray Axiom, it's able to detect deleted materials. In fact, that's one of the forensic tools, one of the forensic reasons it's used, to see if there's deletions of data that might be important to a case, correct?
Well, it all depends. The software that that company has published at the time, the software the device is running. So never do they get all the data extracted from a device. So the deleted data may never be parsed out and read.
Oh,
Okay, well,
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
but
it's complicated.
if you wanted to find messages, whether they be Facebook Messenger or Apple iMessages between Ana Walshe and William Fastow, and you thought it was, as you told us, it would be very important evidence to find, you would do everything you could as a forensic digital specialist to try to find them, wouldn't you?
Well, her device was never recovered, sir.
I'm sorry?
Her device was never recovered.
I'm talking about the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
You just said messages on her device between.
If I did, I apologize, and I might very well have said that. Thank you for correcting me. Messages.
Now we know.
between Ana Walshe and William Fastow appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That would be pretty important evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything you could as a digital forensic specialist to try to find that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And
Thank you, Bud Brown, for gifting 5 memberships. He's got him right where he wants him now.
that's just a minute.
You're done?
Just a minute.
Thank you, Dr. Jen Toxic. I appreciate you too.
I think I'm finally done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
No redirect, letting him
Witness may
off
step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
easy.
Do you want to leave this stuff here?
Yes, the lawyers will take care of that, but thank you.
Your Honor.
No, he wasn't the lead detective. He was the forensic examiner, their lead forensics guy. Well, in addition to Guarino.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Heather Sullivan.
Oh man, I thought it was going to be Europe. You kind of got all excited for a moment. I think that was a lashing for Trooper Connor Keefe. Tell me what you think. They didn't even look, apparently, or they looked and he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Wouldn't it be important? Remember how many messages they missed in Sandra Birchmore?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, Sullivan.
And you say retired. When do you retire?
In July,
And how long were you a state police trooper?
20 years.
And what can you just tell us your path through the state police, where your assignments?
Sure. I was on the road for the first 7 years of my career. For the last 13 years, I've been in crime scene, 7 of which I worked at the crime scene office that's attached to the medical examiner's office. In the last 6 years, I worked in the crime scene services in Danvers.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime scene services in Danvers?
It was my responsibility to go to any homicide, suicide, unattended death, any crime scene where I would need to collect evidence, process it for fingerprints, or document any items of interest.
And what type of training did you need to obtain in order to get into that unit?
We had on-the-job training, but it was years and years of training. Every year we have some sort of class, proficiency tests in crime scene, videography, documentation, evidence collection, tire track, footwear, and fingerprints.
You say proficiency tests in those areas. Did you pass your proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes.
I know I've pointed this out 100 times, but it never hurts to point it out 101 times. Crime scene services. Crime scene services is who is called to come and collect evidence. Crime scene services to collect, document, track evidence, not the CERT team. Thank you.
Did you pass your competency tests?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to be involved in an investigation that initially started in Swampscott that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to in Swampscott that afternoon?
330 Paradise Lane. It was an apartment complex, and I was called there by Norfolk County Detective Unit.
And about what time do you think you got there?
About 1400 hours.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what was marked as Exhibit 90? It's a photograph. And forgive me, I don't have the file number in front of me. Do you see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of the 2 trash receptacles I was responsible for documenting.
On Exhibit 90, it says HAS. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir.
And could we have Exhibit 91?
I found the crime scene tape.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a trash compactor at the same location that I also documented.
Now, what was done with those 2, the trash compactor and the dumpster?
I, like I said, documented with photographs all the way around, and then we were going to search it at a different location.
And did you go to that different location?
Yes.
Where was that?
300 Forest Street in Peabody. It was Greenworks Republic's transfer station.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 107, which was, I believe, file number 6556? Thank you. Now, does this look like where you went to in Peabody?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got to Peabody, what was done with the 2 dumpster? What was done with the dumpster and the compactor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, my bad. What was done with the contents of the dumpster and the compactor once you got to Peabody?
They were separately transported to this location, 304th Street, and they marked off an area. I documented it before they dumped the trash, and then individually they started with one of the trash receptacles, dumped that, and spread it out so we could go through it and search it.
So, and who did that process? Who dumped it out and searched it?
So the company who transported the receptacles, they're the ones who dumped it, but they put it in a location where we could go through it methodically. The CERT team, which is a special emergency response team, there's about 10 of those individuals who were there to go through the individual trash bags.
And what were the conditions like while everyone was doing this?
As far as
weather.
Oh, it was it's January, so it was very cold. And it was outdoor location. It looks like it's indoor, but it's half indoor, half outdoor.
And so when the CERT team would get to a bag, would they open several bags at once, or what? How would they do it?
So they did it methodically. So they each kind of tacked it together. They went through each individual bag, looked to see. We actually had a meeting about what we were looking for, so they knew what to look for. If they found anything that they possibly that was of interest, they would flag me down, I would photograph it. And then if it was something that the detectives wanted to collect, we would collect it and spread it out so we can document it further.
But were they given a list of items to find like they were in the John O'Keefe murder? Like a scavenger hunt? Like, okay, we're looking for 3 pieces of taillight and a sneaker, ready, set, go. And then when they found those things, it was like, okay, we're done. I don't think so.
So could I, at this point in time, Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 125? So do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
Is this one of the bags, contents of the bags that you had to spread out and do further documentation of?
That was some of the contents in one of the bags, yes.
And what's this, bless you.
Trigger warning for some of the pictures of evidence that you are about to see that they found at the transfer station in Peabody. These are the tools. And look how they found these little yellow evidence markers with numbers on them. This is number 8. These are the tools that were found during their trash pull.
What is the significance of the yellow placard?
That tells me, so as I was spreading things out, each bag got a placard, and then we would know which items came from which bag.
Now, when items were packaged up and brought back to the lab, did they all go to the same person, or did different people enter them into the LIMS system? So
I entered any evidence that we collected for crime scene services, which would be specifically for fingerprinting. I would collect that evidence, and then the detective unit collected anything we weren't actually processing for fingerprints or DNA. And then another person from the forensic scientists unit, also in the crime lab, they collected anything that they would be testing for DNA specifically, and only that.
Okay. And so these items here, were they tested for fingerprints?
They were collected by my lab and sent to the Boston lab because it was their, basically their area that the incident occurred. So they took that evidence and they fingerprinted it.
Now, but you were able to enter these into the LIMS system, correct?
I entered anything that I collected, documented it, collected it, tagged it, and put it in the LIMS system.
All right. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
He's got to do a lot of steps to go back and forth to keep bringing the evidence back and forth. At least it gives us a little room to move. He's like, check out this bag, Larry Tipton. See it?
For the record, I'm bringing.
I like Greg Connor. I do like Greg Connor. Greg Connor is a far cry in every way from Adam Lally and Hank Brennan. So no shade to Greg Connor.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this object?
Yes.
What is this?
It's one of the bags of evidence that I had collected because I can see my handwriting on it.
And what does it say on the exterior of the bag?
Tin snips by placard 8, and I itemized it 7-9. The LIMS number is 23-00596 with my initials and the date that I collected it.
Could you put some gloves on and open that bag and make sure that the snips are inside?
The crumpling
place
of
them back in the bag. Your Honor, to have this marked.
note, it is not a Stop and Shop bag. It is an actual
So you can have the tin snips with the bag marked as the next exhibit.
All right,
evidence
no
bag.
objection. The snips in the bag are now in evidence as Exhibit 171. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you have earbuds in, you're going to want to take them out for a lot of this. Time check is now 12:39. We know they will be leaving for the day by 1 p.m. We don't need to watch him walk his steps.
Item 7-10, which I itemized in LIMS, and it's a hacksaw, and it was by placard 8 as well.
Could you open that bag and make sure the hacksaw is inside? If it is, could you please do so?
The snips and now the hacksaw.
Thank you. Could you return back?
Wait, she pulled it out of the bag. We can't really see. His head's in the way.
Thank you. Could you return it back? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hacksaw and the bag marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. Objection.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 172, the hacksaw.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a brown paper bag with a hammer, item 7-11.
And if you could keep your voice up.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I have you getting up and doing all that stuff, so that's my fault. Could you open the bag and make sure the hammer's inside? Let me help. Hammer in the bag. No.
She pulled it out, but again, he's in the way. But the jury can see that
That's
the
the hammer you
hammer's
saw
in
that
there.
night? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hammer in the bag marked as the next exhibit.
Hearing no objection, it's in evidence now as 173.
Somebody said, did the MSP stand for mostly sus police? Well done, SEJ. Well done.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Could you open it and could you tell us first what is it?
It's a bag with packing tape, item 7-12.
Could you open it and look inside? You found at the PVD at the trash site that night? Does that appear to be the packing tape that you found at
Packing tape.
the PVD at the trash site that night?
There's a roll of packing tape, the kind that you
The Commonwealth would
Used
seek
to
have this bag
seal packages.
marked as the next exhibit.
It is now, the packing tape is now in evidence as 174.
Yes, yellow lead betteros. We'd like to know the jury reaction to the things being taken out of the bag, the tools in the bags. Please.
Oh, I think Ms. Gilman, could you take that down? Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ma'am, do you see that bag?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's brown paper bag with a hatchet in it, item 7-13.
Could you open that bag and confirm the hatchet's inside? Could you please put the hatchet back inside? Could you put the hatchet back inside? And that's the same hatchet that you saw that you retrieved from the trash station at PVD that night?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the hatchet marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
In case you're keeping
The
score, we have a
hatchet is in
hammer.
evidence as Exhibit 175.
We have a hammer, a hacksaw, snips, a hatchet, and packing tape. Gigi, thank you so much for your very generous $50 cash app for the eye drop fund. I appreciate you so much. I like
Can I
Greg
approach
Connor's
that?
suit and tie
Yes.
combo today. Green tie. Yeah, I think that's a gray suit.
Do you recognize that bag?
Looks good.
I do.
And what is that?
It's a bag. Actually, don't know what's in this. Craftsman shears.
Craftsman shears.
Yes.
Could you open it and confirm the Craftsman shears are inside?
Sure.
Thank you, Andrea, for your Venmo with your smiley face. We love you. The Craftsman,
Are those the Craftsman shears you saw that night in PVD?
They were.
Craftsman shears. I mean, I don't know if these are the proper tools.
For the record, now
Thanks,
that the
Gigi.
shears are back in the bag, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the shears marked as the next exhibit. Objection.
What's Lynn's number on that? Is it 714?
714.
All right, the shears 714 are in evidence as 176.
During the break, Yellow Ledbettero, who's in court, said that she and Matt Johnson were laughing that Larry needs to get to the point faster. We see what he's trying to do, but he's not hammering it home
I do.
like he could be. And that was during the text message and emails. But I think it was good. She said he's poking holes, but not good enough. So he may start boring the jury because he keeps going back and forth on points multiple times. Yeah, but I think it was important. So let me know if the jury was checked out or if it was just you and Matt Johnson from Court TV that were giggling about it. Love you.
What's that?
It's a brown paper bag with a measuring cup in it, item 7-15.
And could you open that bag and look inside? Is that the measuring cup you saw that night, Peabody?
Yes.
A measuring cup.
Seat to have the bag with the cup now back inside is the next exhibit. Objection. Number 715.
715, the measuring cup is now in evidence as 177.
So I take it you took these items back to the lab and entered them into the LIMS system.
I did, sir.
And you didn't do any further work on these items once they were in the LIMS, once they were entered into the crime lab evidence system.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Thank you.
Yellow also chiming in to say that at least 4 jurors laughed or smiled when Proctor's name came up. At least 4 of them smiled or
On the
laughed.
measuring cup, there was some dark powder. Do you remember seeing that?
That wasn't like that when I packaged it in the beginning.
And now, in your training experience of working in the crime lab, do you recognize?
Also, she's tuning in to say that the jurors are all shifting in their seats while they're seeing the tools. Juror 7 looks disgusted. Walsh has a screen in front of him, and when the tools picture was posted, he stared at it for several minutes without moving his eyes off the screen. You're invaluable to us, Yellow Ledbettero. Doing the Lord's work out there in the courtroom for us. Thank you so much.
That type of substance?
Seems to be black fingerprint powder.
And one of the reasons you took it to the crime lab was to be fingerprinted?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I have no questions.
All right, the witness may step down. Thank you
No
very much.
cross.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls next witness.
Commonwealth will call Richard Atkinson.
Don't know who that is, but I'm here for it. At least for the next 12 minutes. And we're almost on real time. Looks very dapper. He's well dressed. Nice suit and tie
You may
combo.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Oops. Whatever I did just took us out of the moment here. So I thought my cursor was
Sure,
somewhere else.
Richard.
Wait, what had happened was, I'm not really quite sure. Go back to full screen. Thank you.
Atkinson, Atkinson.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
What is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
It's where the medical examiners in Massachusetts work.
And what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a doctor who's in charge of examining the bodies of people who are deceased to determine their cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
I've been there 11 and a half years.
And could you tell us your educational background?
Sure. I have a 4-year bachelor degree from Stony Brook University in New York.
Shout out Stony
I
Brook.
then did a 4-year MD at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons.
Okay, he's a smart guy.
I then did a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at New York Presbyterian Hospital and Stony Brook Hospital. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the office where I currently work.
And so I take it that worked into you starting your career at the OCME.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
If your mind has started to wander, come on back, because this is Dr. Richard Atkinson. Shout out to the SUNY system in Stony Brook, Columbia Medical School. He's a forensic pathologist. He will be likely testifying about DNA and or whether any bone or tissue was found and what the results of that were, because remember, there was no body to do an autopsy on. So let's see. He is an expert witness, but he is employed by the state of Massachusetts. OCME stands for Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts. I can't type it all out right now because I'm tired. But as you can see, Law and Crime has the Chiron also. Richard Atkinson, Medical Examiner.
Certified.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
Certified.
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
To be board certified in a specialty in medicine, you usually have to finish the residency in that specialty and complete a certain number of cases or see a certain number of patients and then take a test.
And are you certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes.
Which ones?
I'm certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you tell us what is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that's involved in determining the cause of death and manner of death of people who die of not obviously natural causes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a bigger umbrella term that refers to diagnosing disease by looking at tissue or blood samples, that kind of thing.
He does look
Now,
like Gary Sinise.
Can you tell us, sir,
Thanks, Debbie, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing.
what happens to a human body within the first hour of death?
Several things can happen. Usually there is rigor mortis within a couple of hours. It can, however, almost immediately occur. After a person's death, that's just when the muscles tighten up in the position that the person died in. There's also something called lividity or livor mortis. That's when all the blood in the body, once the heart stops beating, settles down to the lowest point. So if you're lying on your back, it will settle to your back and give you a pink discoloration of your back, and also a white discoloration of your front.
Now, sir, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is just an examination of the body of someone who has died, including looking at the external surface of the body and also cutting into the body and examining the organs.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed just over 1,500 full autopsies, about 2,700 additional examinations that weren't full autopsies, and I've supervised 300 additional full autopsies.
How long does an autopsy take?
It depends. An autopsy can take less than an hour if it's simple. It can take all day if it's a difficult case.
And how, you said the external and internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
We examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram, and just looking for signs of injuries or.
What's that you say? You examine the clothing? You mean you, the medical examiner, examine the clothing? That's interesting because I don't remember Irene Squirty Bello examining the clothing of John O'Keefe. Do you? I remember Michael Proctor and Yuri Bukhenik picking it up off the floor and throwing it into, I don't know what, for how long. But hold on. Did he just say that he examines the clothing? I think he did. Hold on.
In some cases,
Well, in internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
we examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram, and just looking for signs of injuries or disease that might have led to the person's death.
And what consists of the internal portion?
Imagine if this medical examiner had examined John O'Keefe's body. He would have examined the clothing to figure out whether it was a car accident or not. See the difference? Because if he was hit by a car, you would see that on his clothing too, right? You would see some evidence that he was struck by a car in his clothing, and the fact that his arm wasn't shattered and none of his bones were broken and there was no injuries at all below the waist would have been a very, very, very different case. And also, he would have examined the socks. I rest my case.
Of an autopsy.
The internal portion is removing the organs, also looking for signs of disease or injury, and sometimes removing items like bullets that may have killed someone.
And when doing an autopsy, I neglected to ask this, but I imagine there is a facility at OCME that you do this in.
Yes.
And can you just tell us, like, what do you have as far as tables to work on for patients?
The table that the decedent lies on?
Yes.
It's a metal table with raised edges.
And what do you wear when you perform an autopsy?
I wear a lot of protective equipment, a full Tyvek suit, extra sleeves and an apron over that, a mask and face shield, and 3 pairs of gloves.
And when you do an autopsy, what attempts do you make to get access to a decedent's medical records?
We make every attempt we can to access their medical records. In Massachusetts, the law is that we're entitled to them in Massachusetts. So,
and when performing an autopsy, what samples do you take from the body during an autopsy for further analysis?
We take fluids and sometimes tissue for toxicology testing. We also take it sometimes for DNA testing, for looking at under the microscope.
Tissue
various
of, like,
different things.
let's say an arm had some wounds that look suspicious, and then maybe like an animal attack, you would have taken some tissue samples to test for DNA. That's such a crazy thought, isn't it? Thank you, Gigi, for gifting another 5. You're amazing.
And can you tell us what histology is?
Yes.
What is histology?
Histology is the study of tissue by looking at it under the microscope.
And how many times have you ever testified in a court before giving your medical opinion?
Yes.
Now, on January 10th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to seize items taken from a trash facility in Peabody?
Yes.
Where did you do that?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
Why were you examining items why were you examining items at the OCME?
Normally, we're not involved in examining items, just bodies of people. In this case, the objective was to determine whether there was any human tissue on these items.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
May.
Thank you.
That is why he's testifying. People are like, why is he testifying? There's no body, to see if there was any human tissue found on the items.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
And what is this an image of?
This is an image of several pieces of blue and white carpet that I examined.
Commonwealth would seek to have this image marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
I see that?
Yes, I apologize.
Judge is like, can I see that? She has intellectual curiosity to see whether or not the exhibits match, whether or not that's what she's pre-marked, whether or not it is what they say it is. Because she probably watched Karen Reed season 1 and 2 as well.
Yes. So for the record, what's the JPEG number of 178 that's now in evidence?
Is PC 110181.
All right. The photo of the rug with that JPEG number is now in evidence as 178.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110181? Doctor, can you see that?
Yes.
So, Doctor, can you tell us what are we looking at here in this image?
There were 7, though I think some of them are not in the image, 7 pieces of rolled up blue and white carpet with some stains on them, and the pieces of debris that you can see just above the ruler were also present on some of the pieces of carpet.
And who placed?
I think I figured out what he might have used the shears for. Cutting up the carpet.
This is the ruler there.
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this image, sir?
Yes.
Is that one of the pieces of carpet that you had the opportunity to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter into evidence PC 110195, image of carpet.
Any objection? That 110195 is now in evidence as 179, photo also of rug.
The ME is doing this because he's looking for human tissue. The blood sampling and blood testing might be done in
You
the
may.
crime lab, but they're looking for tissue because they don't have a body.
110195.
So they're trying to prove a murder.
So,
do that,
Doctor,
they
is this one of
more
the
than blood.
carpets that you had the opportunity to see that night or see that day when you were at OCME?
Yes.
And that ruler, did you place that there as well?
Yes.
And Doctor, do you have an idea what the aggregate measurement of the carpets were together?
No, I don't think I recorded that.
Yes?
It's not, his job to put the carpet together like the taillight pieces,
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is this another one of the pieces of carpet you had the opportunity to examine that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter in PC 110198, second image of carpet. No objection.
The photo of the rug 110198 is now in evidence as exhibit 180. Is that a good place to stop for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Okay, we're going to be stopping for the day in a moment. Mary Coppola was asking, were all of these items found in the same bag or separate bags? I don't recall. I don't remember if all the tools were found in the same bag and the carpet pieces. Maybe someone can tag Mary in their answer because I genuinely can't remember every single thing. I mean, I try, but thanks, Robin, for your Robin. Thank you for your super sticker.
I always like to check in with the lawyers, particularly I check in with them, as you've seen, at the end of every day, but particularly at the end of the week, to take stock of sort of where we are right now in the case and to give you my best estimate. It's only that, it's the best estimate. But the case has been moving in quite efficiently. I think when I impaneled you, I told you that we expected 3.5 to 4.5 weeks of evidence. I don't think it's going to go that long. My best estimate at this point is that the evidence in this case will be concluded within a total time frame of 3 weeks. So we just put 1 week in the bank, so to speak. I don't think the evidence will go any further than 2 additional.
2 more weeks.
So I just try to keep you as well advised, because as I've said to you, I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice to your personal lives that you can make. That's my best estimate right now. And as we go through those next 2 weeks, I'll give you further updates. All right. So jurors, I hope you all, I appreciate the work you've done this week. I hope you all get some rest this weekend. And while you're getting that rest, you must not do the following things. Do not speak to anyone about this case. Do not go on any social media or any news media of any sort. Don't do any research of any kind about this case. Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Again, I appreciate all you're doing. Have a really nice weekend.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks.
They're like,
Follow me.
yes, we'll be done by Christmas, but not by Hanukkah. This will go through Hanukkah. Hanukkah this year goes the 14th. The 14th to the 22nd. So it looks like if the judge is right, the jury will get the case on or before or about December 19th.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is it an eyelet collar that she has? Is that the white around her neck? All right, they're seeing good. They're walking up to the bench for something, not sure what. A little room to move right here. This was from earlier. I put it up on the screen, but thank you, JB. Got 3 for your 10. Says your phone GPS keeps location data. Various apps, i.e. Safari, keep location data. Some apps ask for permission to access location on and ask you to select no, always, or only when using the app. Well done. I don't like anybody tracking my location, any of those third-party vendors. Kyle says, I missed this. Maybe it was answered yesterday. This judge seems pretty level to this layman. May I have your opinion? I like her. I like her a lot. I said this a couple times. I disagreed with her opinion on the motion to suppress. I disagreed with her interpretation of the law. I think it will be overturned on appeal. But as far as the way she runs her courthouse, the way she runs her courtroom and the way she runs her trial, and she's steering this ship, I am a big fan. A big fan. It is night and day from the trials we've watched in the same building. I think she treats the witnesses and the lawyers with respect. And I find her to be a refreshing difference from some of the judges that we've seen in this county and others, including other female judges. For example, Judge Kathleen McCarthy Nyman, not a fan. She was Kelsey Fitzsimmons' judge for many of her proceedings in the beginning in Essex County. Not a fan. Like it all. Ed Broach, thanks for year 5, said earlier. Notice how Keefe keeps looking around like, save me, LOL. Yep. And Karen from Kentucky, I don't really understand the question. If a verdict is overturned, will they be tried again? I'm not really sure what you're asking me. If the jury can't agree and it's a mistrial because it's a hung jury, in that case, he would be tried again. If they find him not guilty, he will not be tried again. If they find him guilty, he can appeal. And in my opinion, he's got a good chance of getting a new trial on appeal based on the evidence that has been allowed in outside the scope of the search. However, there was another verdict that I'm watching very carefully, and the briefs are due today on the Sean Sousa case, and that's out of, correct me if I'm wrong, Bristol County. It is now at the appellate level. A jury found a police officer from Dartmouth guilty of graping his stepdaughter, who I think was between 6 and 8 years old, and another girl, found him guilty of not only graping the stepdaughter, but also essaying another girl. Jury found him guilty. Judge sentenced him. And then the judge overturned the jury verdict, let this former police officer out of jail. And now the Commonwealth, the district attorney in Bristol, is appealing. And so I can't wait to see those briefs. That cop's name is Sean Sousa, S-E-A-N, I think, S-O-U-Z-A. Hope that answered your question, Karen. And Gigi, thanks for your 10. Said, Melanie, do you know if we can find out where the babies are and send Christmas gifts? I have no idea where they are. Their location is kept secret and with good reason. She says maybe gifts for everyone in the house they're at. It breaks my heart for them not to have a Christmas. Well, we don't know that they're not going to have a Christmas, Gigi. I'm sure wherever they are, they're going to have a Christmas, but I appreciate your empathy and your super chat and all of your gifting today. And Brian Walsh looks like a statue, but the Chiron is moving, so he's not frozen. Nay said, no, real Steve said, I'd say Larry Tipton pantsed Trooper Keefe. Not a Trooper Paul level pantsing, mind you, but a pantsing nonetheless. Whiff of reasonable doubt now. Thanks, Steve, for your 5. And Nay Taylor said, I just counted texts to my hubby in the past year. 1 with vacation info, 9 with concert tickets total, 10 priorities. I'm a texter. I admit that I'm a texter. So in
I
limiting.
didn't ask you over there, but I assume based on our last little bit, anything the Commonwealth needs to address with the court before I get off the bench? And same to the defense.
No, you're not.
Everyone have a nice weekend.
Thank you. All right. So we are coming back Monday morning at 9 for this case. And Lemonade had said, thanks for your 20. Last weekend, I found a stack of letters from 1880 to 1920 written by Massachusetts M.E., medical examiner, to his wife and mentioned daily gossip, including an axe bludgeoning, a miscarriage, and expresses his deep familial love for his wife and daughter. All cursive. Where did you find these letters? That's crazy. I need to know more. Thanks for your 20. And Charlie says, Karen Reed's civil trial attorneys, quote, all these new expert witnesses. Thanks for tuning in from down under for your super chat. Usually he does acknowledge his mother. Usually he's blowing his mother kisses. Did he not acknowledge her right there? And I get this a lot, so I'll address it again. RRGMRG1 says, Melanie, you don't actually think this guy is innocent of murder, do you? Who chops up and disposes of a body if they have nothing to hide? Well, RRG, this is the first comment ever on this channel, so I guess you're new here. And what I'm going to say to you is that I afford every defendant the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. And I'm waiting to hear more on this medical examiner testimony, but as of right now, we don't have any proof that he chopped up the body. We do know that he pled guilty to disposing of the body. We don't know if it was in whole or in pieces. And we have talked about many times, he's going to have to take the stand in my opinion. But he said he was on house arrest. He had not been sentenced yet on his charges, although he did plead guilty to those charges for the fraud. He was awaiting sentencing. He says she died in her sleep. He freaked out and thought, if they think I killed her, what will happen to my children? And so I'm a constitutionalist, right? Thank you for pointing that out. And I'm a proceduralist. And that is what I believe. I believe that every defendant deserves a fair trial. And as of right now, without any tissue on any tools yet, and I haven't seen any evidence that he actually did chop up the body. And everyone keeps saying he pled guilty. He did not plead guilty to that. He pled guilty to the improper removal and disposal of a corpse and or remains. So I haven't seen that yet. And all it takes is one juror. He's going to have an expert. He's going to have a medical expert come in and testify that sometimes people who are otherwise healthy can die of sudden, unexpected death, right? And I have also pointed out, from looking at the evidence that we see so far, the jury has seen a COVID vax card. All it takes is one juror to think, oh, she was vaccinated. She must have died unexpectedly, because I read that around this time in the papers, I read, this is what the jury might think. A juror might think this, that it was happening. And so it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the jury thinks, and it matters what the Commonwealth proves. So he did acknowledge his mother when she went by here, right? All right. This is interesting. Thank you for Eliminating for putting this in writing for me. Okay. Brian Walsh was arrested and federally charged with art fraud in May of 2018. And that was for selling fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay to an Andy Warhol collector for something like 80 grand. He later pleaded guilty to the charges in April of 2021. Right. And then, Eliminating says, April 1st of 2021, Walsh pleaded guilty to 1 count each of wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, possession of converted goods, and unlawful monetary transaction. That's what he pleaded guilty to. It's also worth pointing out, because we're a bunch of grammar snobs here, that saying pleaded guilty or pled guilty, both are acceptable. I hear pleaded guilty a lot, and I say pled guilty, but both are correct. And then it wasn't until after Ana's death that Brian Walsh was sentenced. And Eliminating, who looked this up for us, but now you've changed your name to In Limousine, or are you different from In Limousine? Okay. In Limousine, February 20th of 2024, Walsh was sentenced to 37 months in federal prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release and ordered to pay $475,000 in restitution. So Ana Walshe dies in January of 2023. Brian Walsh is not even sentenced until over 1 year later. Okay, everybody keeping track? And KBD says, so 37 months in federal prison, that's 3 years and 3 months. KBD says selling fake artwork gets a longer sentence than selling things that ruin and take people's lives. I think you're talking about drugs, right? Thank you very much. Deanna, thank you very much for your Venmo. I appreciate you so much. And Elaine, thank you for your very generous $100 Venmo, who says, working and lurking, missed some critical cross of Trooper Connor, so I will re-watch tonight. Thanks for entertaining us. It is my pleasure to entertain each and every one of you every single day. I see there's a lot of stuff in my inbox about Cosgrove responding to the motion to disqualify, but I don't think I have a copy of the actual motion yet. So this conference should be interesting at 2:15. And so that is what we're going to do. We're going to pivot over to there. Lisa, thank you very much for your 5 matcha lattes. You're the greatest. Although, thank you, Suzanne, for sending me the actual opposition in the motion to disqualify Cosgrove. I will take a quick read through that now, hopefully, and I'm going to go eat some lunch. Buckle your seatbelts, thank the mods, do all the things that YouTube likes, like hit the like button. Make sure you're still subscribed. Make sure you have your notifications set. You guys are the greatest. I love you so much, and I love spending all of my days with you. And I'm going to have to go back and watch that Trooper Connor Keefe testimony again, because he did point out to us once again that the Massachusetts State Police troopers assigned to homicide cases have zero intellectual curiosity when it comes to connecting dots and putting all of the evidence together and looking at the data of all of the devices as one, sort of timeline. They didn't do that. He didn't do it, but Proctor was the lead investigator. Praise be. All right, put your seatbelts on, and I'm going to eat some lunch. It's 1:20. We're coming back at 2, which gives us 15 minutes before the hearing actually starts. They're probably going to be late. Love you with all of my heart. I'll see you in a few. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, and stay safe out there. So peace out. I'll see you real soon. Peace. Oh, I got to turn the chat on in the other stream, which I will do just in 1 minute. Bye. I'm teleporting you now.